Hello there, and welcome to Twilight Tales, where the past is told softly at the pace of a quiet breath to carry you off to sleep. Tonight we are going to sit with an idea that sounds a little strange the first time you hear it. Before there was electric light, people slept in a shape that most of us have quietly lost. Not one long block of darkness, but two sleeps, a first sleep and a second sleep, with a calm, waking hour resting in the middle of the night between them. We are going to hear the deep bell that rang out across the rooftops at dusk, the curfew, the old word that told every household it was time to cover its fire for the night. And near the end, we are going to sit in a quiet laboratory, where a handful of modern people were given back the long dark nights of the past, and slowly, on their own, slipped into those same two sleeps. So before we begin, let me ask you something, in a soft voice, the way you might ask a friend who is lying near you in the dark. Where are you listening from tonight? Maybe you are somewhere in a city, with the hum of traffic far below your window and a thin line of streetlight sliding under the curtain. Maybe you are in a house at the edge of a town where the night runs a little deeper and you can hear the wind moving through a tree you know by heart. Or maybe you are somewhere far out in a quiet place where if you turned off every light, the darkness would be almost complete. Wherever you are, picture the walls around you softening. Picture the light going low and golden, and then lower still. We are going to travel a long way back tonight, and we are going to do it slowly. If a calm voice helps you sleep, a gentle tap of like or subscribe helps the next tired person find their way here too. That is all I will ask of you. Now let your shoulders drop. Let the weight settle out of your arms and your legs. Feel the pillow take the full weight of your head. And we will begin. Imagine the first grey light going out of the sky over a small village somewhere in Europe, sometime around the year 1300. The fields are already dim. The last of the day has drained away behind the low hills, and the colour of everything has gone soft and blue and then softer still. There is a smell in the air of yesterday's fire and today's fire, of damp earth and animals and cut straw. The birds have mostly gone quiet. And in the houses, small houses with thick walls and low doorways, the day is being folded up and put away. There is no clock in this village. Not one. There is no glowing screen, no lamp bright enough to hold back the night, no switch on the wall. When the sun goes down, the dark comes in the way. Water comes into a low field, slowly and then all at once. And the people who live here do not fight it. They have never known a way to fight it. The dark is simply the other half of the day, the half that belongs to rest, and they have learned to live inside it the way you learned to live inside a house you were born in. I want you to hold that idea gently as we go, because it is the heart of everything tonight. For almost all of human history, night was not a thing you pushed back with light. Night was a country you entered. And the people of the Middle Ages knew that country far better than we do. They knew its hours. They knew its sounds. They knew that the night was not one long block of blackness to be crossed as quickly as possible, but a place with rooms in it, a first room and a second room with a soft, waking threshold in between. That is the thing we have lost. And it has a name. Historians who study the way people slept in the past call it segmented sleep, or sometimes biphasic sleep, which only means sleep in two pieces. A first sleep and a second sleep, with a quiet, wakeful hour resting in the middle of the night like a still pool between two rivers. To the people who lived it, this was not strange, and it did not have a fancy name. It was simply how a night. You lay down when the dark came. You slept deeply for a few hours. You woke in the deep middle of the night, and you were awake and calm for a while, an hour, sometimes two, sometimes a little more. And then, without any worry, you fell back into a second sleep that carried you all the way to the first light of dawn. Tonight we are going to walk through that whole night slowly, from the ringing of the evening bell to the grey of the morning. We are going to sit by the banked fire. We are going to lie down in the shared bed with all its warmth and all its small miseries. We are going to fall into the first sleep and wake into the strange, gentle hour in the middle of the dark and drift down again into the second. And along the way, I am going to tell you how we even know any of this, how one patient historian found the lost half of the human night hiding in old letters and prayer books and the plays and poems that nobody thought to read that way before. But let me be honest with you from the very start, because I do not want to sell you a fairy tale. When I say the medieval night held something better, I do not mean it was more comfortable. It was not. In almost every way that we would measure comfort, their night was harder than yours. The rooms were cold. The smoke from the fire never quite left the air. The mattress, if there was one, was a sack of straw or of coarse wool, and it was hard, and it was full of things that bit in the dark. There was fear out there in the blackness, real fear, of thieves and of fire and of things people only half believed in. If you could choose a bed to sleep in tonight, you would not choose theirs. You would choose your own, and you would be right to. So the better I am talking about is a narrow and particular kind of better. It is not the softness of the bed. It is the shape of the night around it. It is the way their sleep matched the turning of the dark, rose and fell with it, opened a calm door in the middle of it, instead of being squeezed into one hard block and measured against a number on a clock. That is the small, real thing they had, and that most of us do not. And by the end of tonight, I think you will understand it, and maybe, lying here in your own warm and comfortable bed, you will feel a very small and very old kind of longing for it. Let us go back to the village and to the fading of the light. The day here has been long. In the Middle Ages, for most people, the day was work, and the work was the land or the animals or the small crafts that kept a household alive. There were no weekends as you know them, but the year had its own rhythm, feast days and holy days scattered through it like stones across a stream. and the sun set the hours whether you liked it or not. When there was light, you worked. When the light failed, the work had to stop, because you simply could not see to do it, and candles were dear, and lamp oil was dear, and no one was going to burn away precious light just to keep sewing or threshing after dark. So the end of the day was not a decision. It was a surrender to the sun. As the last of the light went, tools were set down. The animals were shut in. The door was closed against the cold and against whatever moved in the dark. And in 1,000 villages across a whole continent, the same slow settling happened at the same slow pace, house after house, hearth after hearth, as the sky went from blue to grey to black. Picture one of those houses now. It is small. The walls might be timber and mud, or rough stone, thick and low. The floor is earth, packed hard and swept, or perhaps laid with wooden boards if the family is a little better off. There is one main room where nearly everything happens, and the centre of that room, the beating heart of it, is the fire. Not a fireplace tucked neatly into a wall, not in the humbler houses. An open hearth, a ring of stones on the floor, with the fire laid in the middle of it, and the smoke finding its own slow way up and out through a hole in the roof or a gap in the eaves. That fire is everything. It is warmth against a cold that you and I can barely imagine, a cold that lives in the walls and rises up out of the floor. It is the only real light once the sun is gone. It is where the food is cooked, and where the family gathers, and where the stories are told. And it is, at the very same time, the single most dangerous thing in the house. 'Cause the house is made of things that burn. The walls, the roof, the straw on the floor, the very bed. A house like this, timber and thatch and dry rushes, could be gone in minutes if a fire got loose in the night. And a fire could take a whole street with it, a whole cluster of houses leaning close together, one catching from the next, the whole village lit up against the black sky, while people ran into the cold in whatever they had slept in. The people who lived here knew this in their bones. They had seen it happen, or their parents had, or they had heard the stories. And so the last and most important task of every single day, in every single house, was to make the fire safe for the night. Not to put it out. You almost never put it out. Lighting a fire from nothing was slow, difficult work, striking flint and steel and coaxing a spark into a flame, and no one wanted to do it cold and bleary at dawn if they could help it. So the fire was not killed. It was put to sleep. And there was a moment, in many towns and cities, when the whole community was told that the time had come to do it. A bell would ring out across the rooftops in the last of the dusk. One deep, slow bell, tolling through the blue air, heard in every house, over every hearth. And when that bell rang, you covered your fire. That bell has a name, and the name has survived, worn smooth by 700 years, and it is sitting in your language right now, tonight, whether you have ever thought about where it came from or not. We call it the curfew. I love this word, and I want to give it to you slowly, because it carries the whole feeling of the medieval night folded up inside it. Curfew comes from an old French phrase, couvre-feu, and couvre-feu means, quite simply, cover fire. Cover the fire. That is all it ever meant at the beginning. The word was carried to England by the French-speaking Normans who came across the water after the conquest of the year 1066, and over the centuries that followed it, settled into English and never left. Today we use it for something else entirely, for a rule that keeps people indoors after a certain hour. But underneath that modern meaning, if you dig down, you find a small fire being gently smothered under ashes in a stone hearth in a dark house a very long time ago. Think about that for a moment softly, the way you might turn a smooth stone over in your hand. Every time anyone, anywhere, says the word curfew, they are saying an instruction that was first given to a family gathered around an open flame in the Middle Ages. Cover your fire. The night is coming. It is time. We will follow that instruction tonight. We will cover the fire, and we will lie down, and we will enter the first sleep. But before we do, let us stay in this warm, smoky room a little longer and watch exactly how a medieval household put its fire to bed. 'Cause it was a careful thing, an art almost, and there was even a special tool made for it, and the tool wore the same French name as the bell. Let us rest here by the hearth, in the last of the light, and watch it done. To cover a fire, well, you do not smother it all at once, and you do not let it die. You tend it one last time, the way you might tuck in a child. First, the burning logs in the centre of the hearth are pulled apart and drawn back, away from the middle toward the edges of the stone. The bright, live flames are broken up so that nothing is left leaping. Then the hot ashes, the grey and glowing ashes that have built up all through the evening, are swept gently over the embers, banked up against the back and the sides. And then, over the top of all of it, the cold ashes from the day before are raked across, a soft grey blanket laid over the heat. What you are left with is a hearth that looks, for all the world, as though the fire has gone out. There is no flame. There is barely a glow, unless you lean close and look for it. But underneath that quiet grey surface, the fire is not dead. It is only sleeping. The embers go on smouldering, slow and patient, all through the long night, giving off a low and steady warmth without a single dangerous tongue of flame. And in the cold hour before dawn, someone will kneel by that hearth and rake back the ashes and find the heat still living there, coax it up again into a new day's fire with a handful of dry straw and a few soft breaths. It is a small thing, this banking of the fire, but I find it beautiful, and I want you to feel why. It is a household making peace with the dark. It is people who cannot hold back the night deciding, instead, to carry a little warmth safely through it, to keep one small ember alive from one day to the next. The fire never fully goes out. It is only put to sleep and woken again over and over for a whole lifetime, in the same stone ring on the same earthen floor. In the grander houses, the houses of the well-to-do, there was even a special object made just for this task, and it wore the same old French name as the bell. It was called a couvre-feu, a fire cover, and it was a kind of curved metal shield, like a great domed lid, that could be set down over the banked hearth. It held the heat in and kept any stray spark from drifting out onto the rushes on the floor while the family slept. Most poor households never owned such a thing. They made do with ashes and care. But the name tells you how seriously this was taken. There was a bell to tell you to do it, a word for the doing of it, and for those who could afford it, a tool made for nothing else. Now let us step out of the house for a moment, out into the cold blue dark of the street, and listen. Because the curfew was not one household's private ritual. In many towns and cities it was a shared thing, an ordering of the whole community's night, marked by that single deep bell rung from a church tower or a town gate. And when it rang for everyone at once. Every family gathered around every hearth heard the same slow note fall across the rooftops and knew that the time had come. All across the town, in the same handful of minutes, the fires were being covered. The last errands were being finished. The doors were being barred. There is something in that too that we have lost. A whole community lying down together at the sound of a shared bell under a shared dark. Not scattered across 100 different bedtimes the way we are now. Some of us asleep by 9, some of us awake and glowing at 2 in the morning, each of us alone with our own small light. Together. The town going quiet in one long, settling breath. The lights, such as they were, going out one by one, until the only light left in the whole place was the faint silver of the moon, if there was a moon, and the hard, bright scatter of the stars, more stars than you have ever seen, because there was nothing on the ground to drown them out. Try to imagine that sky for a moment, because you have almost certainly never seen it. The sky over your town tonight, with its handful of the very brightest stars, struggling through the glow of street lights and houses, and the pale orange dome that a city throws up into the dark. The medieval sky. A sky with no electric light anywhere on the earth beneath it, in any direction, for as far as a person could walk in a week. On a clear night, that sky was crowded, drenched, spilling over with stars, the whole soft river of the Milky Way laid right across the middle of it, bright enough to cast the faintest shadow. That was the ceiling over the medieval night. And most people, most nights, barely looked at it, because it was simply there, the way the walls of your room are simply there, an ordinary fact of the dark they lived in. The dark itself was different too. This is a thing that is hard to feel from where we sit, in a world where true darkness has become almost impossible to find. When the fire was banked and the door was barred and the last of the dusk had gone out of the sky, the inside of a medieval house was dark in a way you may never have experienced in your life. Not the grey, glowing half-dark of a bedroom in a lit-up city where you can always make out the shape of the door and the pale rectangle of the window. real dark. Dark so complete that your open eyes and your closed eyes saw very nearly the same thing. Dark you could feel on your skin. Dark that pressed in close and made the small sounds of the night, a settling timber, a mouse in the thatch, the wind finding a gap in the wall, seem very loud and very near. And the people who lived in that dark did not think of it the way we might, as an absence, as simply the light being gone. To them the night was a presence. It had a character. It was the time when the ordinary rules of the day were suspended, when the streets belonged to different people, when the honest work of the world stopped and something else took over. Could be holy. It could be dangerous. It was almost never neutral. The night was a country, as I said at the start, and now the whole village had crossed the border into it together at the sound of one bell and shut the door behind them. So the fire is covered. The door is barred. The animals are shut in their pens and their stalls close by, sometimes under the very same roof, so that their warmth and their soft breathing became part of the sound and the heat of the sleeping house. The tools are put away. The last few words are spoken low, and the family turns, in the near total dark, toward the place where they will lie down, toward the bed. I say the bed, and you picture, I think, something like your own. A frame, a mattress, a pillow, sheets and a blanket, one bed for one person or for two in a room set aside for sleeping and for nothing else. Let that picture go now, gently, because it is almost entirely wrong for where we are going. The medieval bed was not that. The medieval bedroom, for most people, did not exist at all. And who you slept next to, and how many of you there were, and what you lay on, and what lay in the straw beside you, all of that was different, so different that it is worth slowing right down and looking at it closely, because the shared bed is one of the strangest and warmest and most human parts of the whole medieval night. Let us begin with the simplest truth of it, the one that is hardest for us to feel, because we have built our whole idea of sleep around its opposite. For us, sleep is private. It is the most private thing we do. Close a door. We lie alone or beside one chosen person in a room that belongs to sleep. We think of the need to sleep among strangers, in a crowded room, packed close, as a hardship, a thing that happens in emergencies and disasters, a thing to be endured and then escaped. For most people in the Middle Ages, it was simply Tuesday. It was every night. Sleeping alone would have seemed strange and cold and even a little sad. Sleeping close, packed warm against other bodies, was the ordinary shape of the night. Think first of the poorest households, the great mass of people who worked the land. In a small house with one room and an earthen floor, there was no separate chamber for sleeping, and often there was no bed in the sense of a frame at all. People slept on the floor, or close to it. They lay down on a thin mat of straw, or on a sack stuffed with straw, or with dry leaves, or with coarse wool, spread out near the banked hearth where a little of the warmth could reach them. They wrapped themselves in whatever they had. Often that was the very same rough cloak they had worn all day against the weather, or a single blanket shared. There were no pyjamas, no special clothes for the night. Many people slept in their day clothes, or in a plain undershirt, or in nothing at all, pressed close together for the heat. And they slept together, in every sense. Parents and children, brothers and sisters, sometimes servants or labourers, or a travelling relative, all in the same room, all near the same fire, all close enough to hear one another breathe. The whole family was a single warm heap in the dark, and there was safety in it, and comfort in it, and warmth in it, a warmth that mattered enormously when the alternative was the killing cold of a stone room in the depth of winter. The body next to you was not an intrusion on your rest. It was part of how you survived the night. Now lift your eyes a little from the floor of the peasant's house up to the homes of those who had more. Changes, but not as much as you might think. The wealthy did have beds, real beds, and by the standards of the age they could be grand things, raised up off the cold floor on a wooden frame, which mattered, because the floor was where the chill and the damp and the vermin lived. A bed lifted on boards, or on a lattice of woven ropes or rushes, was a mark of comfort and of standing. On top of the frame went a mattress, and the finer the household, the finer the filling, wool rather than straw, and above that, for the truly well-off feathers, a soft, deep mattress of down that a poor man might never so much as touch in his whole life. Then linen sheets and woolen blankets and hangings and curtains drawn around the whole thing to hold the warmth in and keep the draught out. But here is the part that surprises people. Even in these grand beds, people rarely slept alone. The great bed was often shared, by the husband and wife, of course, but also by their children and by guests, and by trusted servants who slept nearby or even at the foot of the same bed. A servant might sleep across the doorway of the chamber, or on a low truckle bed that rolled out from beneath the master's bed at night and was pushed back under it in the morning. Sleeping quite alone, in a room of your own, behind a closed door, was so rare that it was almost a thing only the very greatest lords could arrange, and even they were seldom truly alone, with attendants close at hand through the night. Solitude in sleep, the thing we now take completely for granted, was in the Middle Ages a kind of luxury and a kind of oddity all at once. And then there were the inns. If you want to feel just how differently the medieval world thought about the shared bed, think about what happened when you travelled and had to sleep among strangers. Today, if you take a room for the night, you expect a bed that is yours alone, or yours and your companions, behind a door that locks. In a medieval inn, you expected no such thing. You paid for a place, and a place might mean a share of a bed, and the person you shared it with might be someone you had met an hour before at the fireside downstairs and might never see again. The room. A single large chamber in an inn, up under the roof, and in it not one bed but many, sometimes as many as a dozen beds crowded in together. And in each of those beds, not one sleeper, not two, but 3 or 4, laid side by side, strangers most of them, merchants and pilgrims and peddlers and labourers, all thrown together by the road and the weather and the falling dark. You lay down on your half of the bed, or your third or your quarter of it, next to a man whose name you barely knew, and you slept because you were tired, and because there was nowhere else to sleep, and because this was simply how sleep worked when you were away from home. There were rules for it, which I find oddly touching. Because so many people slept so close to strangers so often, a whole quiet etiquette grew up around how to be a good bedfellow. You kept to your own side. You did not sprawl. You did not pull all the covers to yourself and leave your neighbour shivering in the cold. You lay still, and you kept your body to yourself, and you did not disturb the others. It was simple courtesy, the kind of thing everyone understood, the way we understand not to talk loudly in a quiet carriage. To be a considerate bedfellow was a small social skill that ordinary people carried through their whole lives, because ordinary people shared beds their whole lives. I want you to sit for a moment inside the strange warmth of that. All those bodies in the dark. The heat of them. The sound of a dozen people breathing in a low-roofed room, some already deep in the first sleep, one or two still shifting and settling, the small human noises of a crowd at rest. It was crowded and it was close, and to us it might sound like a thing to dread. But it was also, in its way, there was warmth in numbers against the cold. There was safety in numbers against the dangers of the night, against thieves and worse. You were not alone in the dark. Almost no one in the whole of the Middle Ages was ever alone in the dark. And there is a kind of comfort in that closeness that our private, separate, locked-away sleep has traded away, along with so much else. But now I have to keep the promise I made you at the start. I told you I would not sell you a fairy tale, and I meant it. And here is where I have to turn the lamp and show you the other side of this warm and crowded night. Because for all that closeness, for all that shared heat, the medieval bed was also a hard, cold, itching, biting place, and I would be lying to you if I let you drift off thinking it was cozy. Start with the mattress. Unless you were rich, it was not soft. A sack of straw grows lumpy and flat and has to be beaten and refilled. It rustles and crackles under you all night. Goes damp in wet weather and never quite dries. A mattress of coarse wool is better, but still firm and heavy. The finest feather beds were the privilege of the very few. Most people, most nights, lay on something hard, over boards or over the bare ground, with a rolled cloak or a lump of cloth for a pillow, if they had a pillow at all. Then the cold. I keep coming back to the cold because we cannot really feel it from here, wrapped as we are in central heating and thick modern blankets. A medieval house in winter was brutally cold once the fire was banked. The warmth of the banked hearth was real but small, and it did not reach far, and the walls breathed cold, and the floor breathed cold, and a single blanket over a straw mat did not do very much against it. This is a great part of why people slept so close together. It was not only custom, it was survival. Two bodies under one blanket make far more warmth than one, and 3 make more still. And on the coldest nights of the year that shared heat was the difference between a miserable night and a dangerous one. And then the part people always want to know about and always wish they had not asked. The bed was not empty of other life. Straw and wool and old bedding were home to fleas and to lice and to bedbugs, and these were not a rare misfortune, but an ordinary, nightly, universal fact of medieval sleep. They lived in the mattress. They lived in the seams of clothes. They came out in the warmth and the dark to feed, and they bit, and they itched, and they passed from body to body in the shared bed and the crowded inn with perfect ease. Nearly everyone had them. Nearly everyone had always had them. It was simply part of what a night was, a low background of itching and biting that people lived with because they had no way not to. Hold all of that together now, the warmth and the misery both, because the truth of the medieval night is that it was both at once, and you cannot understand it if you only keep the half that sounds nice. It was close and it was cold. It was safe and it was crawling. It was tender. All those bodies keeping one another warm, and it was hard, the straw and the fleas and the biting dark. This is the bed we are lying down in tonight. Not a soft and rosy past, but a real one with real discomfort in it. And the remarkable thing, the thing that is going to unfold over the rest of this long night, is that inside that hard and itching and crowded bed, the shape of sleep itself was something we might genuinely envy. Not the bed. The sleep. The night around the bed. So let us lie down in it at last. The fire is banked to a low grey glow. The door is barred. The dark has come in complete. Around you, whether it is your family on the straw or strangers in a crowded inn, other bodies are settling, their breathing slowing, their small movements growing still. You are tired in the deep, honest way that a whole day of physical work makes a person tired, a tiredness that pulls at you like a slow tide. There is nothing to look at because there is nothing to see. There is no glow to keep your mind turning, no bright little rectangle of light to hold your eyes open. There is only the dark and the warmth and the sound of others breathing and the weight of your own tired body. And so, quite soon after the light is gone, far sooner in the evening than you would ever lie down, you fall. Down into the first sleep. And to understand what that first sleep was and why it came so early and went so deep, we have to talk softly about the dark itself and about what the dark does to a body that has been living in it for a lifetime. There is a small clock inside your body, and it does not tell the time the way the clock on your wall does. It runs on light. All day, when light falls on your eyes, that clock stays awake, alert, holding your body in its daytime state. And when the light fades, when true darkness comes, the clock begins to turn a key, and your body starts to make a certain quiet substance that carries a message to every corner of you. The message is simple. Night has begun. It is time to rest. That substance is called melatonin, and you make it too tonight in your own body, exactly as the medieval sleeper made it in theirs. It is one of the oldest and deepest things we share with them, this chemistry of the dark. But here is the difference, and it is the whole difference, and it explains almost everything about why they slept the way they did. Their darkness was deeper than yours, and it lasted far longer. When the sun went down over that medieval village, the dark that followed was real and total, and there was almost nothing anyone could do to push it back. Candle, a rushlight, the low glow of the banked fire, these threw a little pool of light a few feet wide and no more. Beyond that pool the dark was complete, and it filled the house and the street and the whole sleeping world for many, many hours, from soon after sundown until the first grey of the dawn. So the message of the dark came early, and it came strong, and it lasted a long time. In that deep and early darkness, the body began making melatonin sooner in the evening than yours does, and it went on making it for far more of the night. The signal to rest rose early and stayed high. And so people grew sleepy early, genuinely, bodily sleepy, in a way that had nothing to do with choice or discipline, and everything to do with the dark pressing its old message into them. They lay down not because a clock told them to, but because their bodies, steeped in real darkness, told them to. Sometimes only an hour or two after the sun had gone. Think about how far that is from your own night. Your evening is not dark. Your evening is bright. The lights are on overhead. Screens glow in your hands and on your walls, throwing out exactly the kind of light your inner clock reads as daytime. And so your body's message of the dark is delayed and thinned and pushed back hour after hour, until finally you turn everything off and lie down in a room that is still not truly dark, and you wonder why sleep does not come as easily as you feel it should. You are asking your body to rest while you are still, in the only language it understands, standing in the light of day. The medieval sleeper never had that problem. The dark did the work. The dark told the whole truth, early and completely, and the body simply followed it down. And so they fell into the first sleep, not eased into it over a restless hour. Gill fell, dropped the way a tired child drops all at once into a sleep that was deep and heavy and thick. Because they were bodily exhausted from real labour, and because the dark was total, and because there was nothing at all to hold the mind awake, the first sleep went down to a great depth very fast. This was the deepest sleep of the whole night, the heavy, dreamless, restoring kind, the sleep that mends the body and clears the mind. It arrived early, and it took them all the way down, and it held them there for a few hours, 3 or 4, while the night deepened around the silent house. I want you to feel that first sleep, because, in a way, it is the part of the medieval night most like your own best nights, the rare nights when you are so tired that sleep simply takes you. Imagine it. The straw has stopped rustling. The last person has stopped shifting. The breathing all around you has slowed and evened out. The fire is a faint red memory under grey ash. And you are going down, past the edge of thought, past the little worries that flicker at the surface, down into a warm and total dark that is both outside you and inside you now. The dark of the room and the dark of sleep become one thing. There is no dream yet, or none you will remember. There is only depth and warmth and rest, and the slow, safe passage of the hours. This first sleep had a name too, an old and lovely one, and the fact that it had a name tells you everything. People did not call it simply sleep. They called it the first sleep. In the old French, the premier somme. In English, the first sleep. And you do not give something a number like that first, unless there is a second. The very words people used for their night carried the memory of its shape. 2 sleeps, a first and a second, folded right into the ordinary language of ordinary life. When a medieval writer wanted to say how late into the night something happened, he might write that it was after the first sleep, and every reader knew exactly what he meant, the way you know exactly what someone means when they say the small hours or the middle of the night. It was a landmark, a known place in the dark, a place everyone passed through every night of their lives. And this is one of the ways we know the whole thing is true, that segmented sleep really was the ordinary human night, and not some story we have made up looking back. The language is soaked in it. Writers reached for the phrase first sleep without ever stopping to explain it, because they did not need to, because their readers lived it. It sits in poems and in plays and in letters and in the driest medical books, dropped in casually as a thing everyone knew. But we will come back to that, to how we know and dwell on it properly, because the story of how one historian found this lost night hiding in plain sight inside old books is one of the quietest and most wonderful parts of the whole thing. For now, stay in the first sleep. Stay down in the depth of it. 'Cause the first sleep did not last until morning. It was never meant to. After those first few hours, deep and heavy, the body began, on its own, gently to rise. Not to wake all at once with a jolt, the way you might wake now to an alarm tearing you out of the dark. To rise slowly, the way a diver rises through water, up from the great depth toward the surface, into a lighter and thinner kind of sleep, and then softly into waking. Somewhere in the deep middle of the night, hours before there was any hint of dawn, the medieval sleeper simply woke up. And here is the thing that matters most, the thing I most want you to carry away from tonight. They were not troubled by it. They did not think anything had gone wrong. They did not lie there in the dark with a knot of worry tightening in the chest, thinking, "Why am I awake? I need to sleep. What is wrong with me?" That whole world of fear, the fear we now feel when we wake in the night, simply did not exist for them. Because to them, waking in the middle of the night was not a failure of sleep. It was a part of sleep. It was expected. It was ordinary. It was as natural as the pause between 2 breaths. The night had a first sleep and a second sleep, and between them there was a waking, and that waking had its own name and its own uses and its own strange, calm, half-lit character. They rose into it the way you might drift into a warm room you have known all your life. And what they did in that room, in the deep, still middle of the dark, is one of the gentlest and most human things I know. So let us wake now with them. Let us rise up out of the first sleep slowly into the hour that had no clock and belonged to no work, the quiet waking heart of the medieval night. This waking hour in the middle of the night had names, several of them, and each name is like a small window into how people felt about it. In English, some called it the watch or the watching, that quiet span when a household stirred between its two sleeps. In Old French there was a word for it that I think is the loveliest of all, dorveil. It is made of two words pushed together, the word for sleep and the word for waking, dormir and veiller, sleep, a single word for that soft border country where you are neither fully asleep nor fully awake. The English had their own plain way of saying the same thing. They called it being twixt sleep and wake, between sleep and waking, held gently in the space between the two. Just sit inside that idea for a moment, because it is so different from how we think. We have no word for this. We have no gentle name for waking in the night, because to us it is not a place, it is a problem. We call it insomnia, which is a hard, clinical word, a word for a disorder, a thing to be fixed and medicated and worried over. They had dorveil, a soft word, almost a tender word, for a familiar place they visited every single night. The very fact that they had a name for it, and we do not, tells you how completely the meaning of the thing has changed. For them it was a room in the house of the night. For us it is a locked door we bang against at 3 in the morning. So what did they do in this hour twixt sleep and wake? The answer is beautiful in its ordinariness. They did quiet things. Quo things. The things you do when you are calm and unhurried and there is nowhere to be and nothing that must be done. Most simply stayed where they were, warm in the bed, and let their minds wander. This was a time for thinking, for turning over the day just past and the day to come, for lying in the dark with your own thoughts moving slowly through you. Some prayed. This was, for many, the great use of the waking hour, and it was so widely done that the makers of prayer books and religious manuals wrote special prayers to be said in the middle of the night, in the very hour between the two sleeps. Think about that. There were prayers written specifically for this moment, prayers meant to be spoken softly into the dark by someone lying awake between first sleep and second, because the makers of those books knew, with complete certainty, that a great many of their readers would be awake right then, every night, and would want words to say. The waking hour was so ordinary that it had its own liturgy. Some talked. If you shared your bed with a husband or a wife, this quiet hour was a time to talk, low and unhurried, in the dark, about whatever there was to talk about, the children, the crop, the small news of the village, the worries and the hopes that are easier to say when you cannot see the other person's face and the whole world has gone still. There is a particular kind of closeness in talking in the dark to someone lying beside you, in a voice barely above a whisper, when you are both half in sleep and half out of it. Couples had that. Every night, a quiet hour of murmured talk built right into the middle of their rest. Some got up and moved softly about the house. They tended the fire, raking a little life back into the banked embers if the night was cold. They might eat something small or drink. They might check on the animals, or on a sick child, or on the door. Some, if the mood took them and the night was mild, would rise and go out, and quietly visit a neighbour who they knew would also be awake, because everyone kept the same hours, and everyone woke in the same deep middle of the night, and so a visit at that hour was not the strange and alarming thing it would be now. It was simply calling on a friend during the watch, both of you awake, both of you between your sleeps, sharing a little of the quiet dark. And this waking hour was, for husbands and wives, the great and natural time for love. I will say this softly and plainly, the way the old books did, without dwelling. People of the Middle Ages, most of them, worked their bodies hard all day, and by the time they lay down at nightfall, they were often simply too tired for anything but sleep. But after the first sleep, rested, warm, quiet, held in that gentle waking hour, they had energy and ease that the exhausted end of the day had not left them. And so this was, for many couples, the time they came together. The medical men of the age even wrote about it directly. There was a French physician who advised that couples found more enjoyment and did better by the making of children in the hour after the first sleep than at any other time. It was, they thought, the best hour of the whole night for the conceiving of a child. A doctor's manual of the age put it plainly that the surest time was after the first sleep. And so a great many people who have ever lived were very likely made in exactly that hour, in the deep quiet middle of a segmented night, between two sleeps, in the dark. I find something deeply moving in all of this, and I want to name it before we go on. What strikes me is how calm it all is, how unhurried. This is an hour with no clock ticking against it, no alarm waiting at the end of it, no bright screen pulling at the mind, no worry gnawing that sleep is being lost and the morning will be ruined. It is an hour of pure, quiet wakefulness, cradled safely between two sleeps, used for the oldest and softest human things. Prayer, walk, love, thought, tending a fire, looking, perhaps, at the faint red glow of the embers and thinking of nothing much at all. The night held a still pool of waking right in its centre, and people lived gently in that pool, and then, when they were ready, they lay back down and went under again, into the second sleep, without a moment's worry, because they had done this every night of their lives, and their parents had done it before them, and no one had ever told them it was wrong. That is the thing we have lost. The discomfort. Not the fleas, not the cold, not the hard straw. We are well rid of those. What we have lost is the calm, the permission, the deep, unquestioned certainty that waking in the night is not a problem, that it is simply the shape of the night, that the dark has a room in the middle of it where you are meant to sit quietly for a while before going back down. We have taken the natural pause in the human night and turned it into a source of fear. And in doing so, I think, we have made ourselves suffer over something that once brought people a kind of peace. But how do we actually know all this? That is a fair question, and an important one, and it deserves a proper answer, because everything I have told you tonight, first sleep and the second sleep and the gentle waking hour between them, all of it rests on real evidence, patiently gathered, and the story of how that evidence was found is itself worth resting in for a while. So let us leave the sleeping village for a little while, just for a little while, and go to a quiet library and meet the man who spent years of his life reading old books until the lost half of the human night slowly rose up out of the pages in front of him. The man's name is Roger Ekirch. He is a historian, a scholar who spent his career at a university in the state of Virginia, and he did not set out, at the beginning, to find the lost shape of the human night. He set out, as historians do, simply to study the night in the past, night as a whole, all the things that happened in the dark hours in the centuries before electric light. He wanted to know how people lived once the sun went down. They feared. They did. How the dark shaped their world. And so he did what historians do. He read. He read for years, patiently, through mountains of old documents, letters and diaries, court records and legal papers, sermons and poems and plays, and the driest of medical books in several languages from across the centuries. And as he read, he began to notice something strange. A phrase kept appearing. First sleep. Over and over, in text after text, from country after country, across hundreds of years, writers would refer, casually, without any explanation, to a thing called the first sleep. A man in a court record would say that something happened after his first sleep. A poet would write of a character waking from a first sleep. A doctor would advise taking a certain medicine after the first sleep. And what struck Ekirch, what stopped him, was the casualness of it. Nobody was explaining the phrase. Nobody wrote, and by first sleep I mean the following. They simply used it, the way you would use a phrase everyone knows, and moved on, trusting the reader to understand. That casualness is a clue, and a good historian knows it. When people explain a term, it is unfamiliar, special, in need of definition. When they use a term without explaining it, it is ordinary, shared, part of the common furniture of life. And here were writers across many centuries and many countries, all using this phrase, first sleep, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Which could only mean one thing. It was the most ordinary thing in the world. The first sleep was a landmark everyone knew because everyone lived it. But a single phrase, however often it appears, is not yet proof. Ekirch was careful, and so he began to gather. Every time he found a reference to a first sleep, or to a second sleep, or to a waking in the night, or to the watch, or to that soft French word dorvail, he wrote it down. He collected them. 1, then 10, then 100. And the more he gathered, the clearer the shape became. 'Cause these references were not scattered at random. They fit together. A first sleep and then a second sleep, with a waking in between, again and again, from the mouths and the pens of people who had never met, who lived centuries apart, who spoke different languages and lived utterly different lives, all describing, without knowing it, the very same nightly rhythm. By the time he had finished, Ekirch had gathered an astonishing pile of evidence. In the book he wrote, the book that first told the world about all this, he set out more than 500 separate references to segmented sleep, 500 windows into the same lost night. And he did not stop there. In the years after the book, he kept finding more and more and more, until the count had risen past 2,000 references, drawn from a dozen different languages, reaching back not just to the Middle Ages, but far beyond them, all the way back to the ancient world, to the old Greeks and Romans, to some of the oldest written stories we have. The first sleep, it turned out, was not merely medieval. It was ancient. It was, as far back as we can see, simply how human beings slept. Let me give you a few of those windows, because they are lovely in themselves, and because it is one thing to be told there is evidence, and another thing to look through it with your own eyes. Some of the very oldest references come from the great writers of the ancient world, from the poets and historians of Greece and Rome, who wrote of a first sleep as a known thing, a marker of time in the deep of the night, hundreds and hundreds of years before the Middle Ages even began. When those old writers wanted to set a scene in the dead of night, they might place it after the first sleep, and their readers in the ancient world understood at once. So the rhythm was already old when Rome was young. Then come down the centuries to the Middle Ages themselves, and to one of the most famous storytellers in the whole English language. Geoffrey Chaucer, who wrote his great collection of tales at the very end of the 1300s, in the years around 1387 to 1400, refers in his stories to people waking from their first sleep as the most natural thing in the world. He does not stop to explain it. He does not treat it as odd. His characters wake after the first sleep and go about the small business of the waking hour, and Chaucer expects every one of his readers and listeners to know exactly what that means, because every one of them did it, every night. When a writer as widely read and as ordinary in his assumptions as Chaucer drops a phrase in without explaining it, you are looking straight at the common experience of his whole world. And then there are the medical books, and these are perhaps the most convincing of all, because there is nothing dreamy or poetic about a doctor's manual. A physician writing a book of practical advice is trying to be useful. He is telling people, plainly, what to do and when to do it. And the physicians of the age told their readers again and again to do certain things after the first sleep. At least 18 medical texts published in England and in France across the 1600s and 1700s name the interval after the first sleep as the right time to take certain medicines, certain pills and potions and remedies. If a doctor tells you to take your medicine after the first sleep, then the first sleep must be a real, reliable, universally understood part of the night, as fixed and as knowable as sunrise. You cannot schedule a dose around a thing that does not exist. One of those medical men has a name worth remembering, a French physician named Laurent Joubert, who lived in the 1500s. He wrote, among many other things, about the best times for a married couple to come together, and he advised, as a matter of plain physical wisdom, they found more pleasure and did better in the hour after the first sleep, when they were rested, than when they fell exhausted into bed at the end of the day. There it is again from a doctor in the 1500s, stated as ordinary medical advice. The first sleep, and then the waking, and the life lived in that waking hour, all treated as the simple, known architecture of every night. And then there were the prayer books, which I mentioned before, with their special prayers written to be said in the middle of the night, in the very hour between the two sleeps. People who made those books were not guessing. They were meeting a real and constant need. They knew their readers would be awake at that hour, because everyone was, and so they gave them holy words to fill it. A prayer written for the waking hour is proof of the waking hour, as surely as a coat made for winter is proof of the cold. Put all of it together, and the picture becomes impossible to doubt. Poets and historians of the ancient world, Chaucer at the close of the Middle Ages, across 2 later centuries, the makers of prayer books, court records and diaries and letters from ordinary people, 500 references, then 2,000 in a dozen languages, spanning thousands of years, all pointing at the same quiet truth. Human beings, for almost the whole of recorded history, slept in 2 pieces, with a gentle waking hour between them, and thought nothing of it, because it was simply the night. Now, you might be lying there thinking a very reasonable thought. All of this, you might say, is just history. It is old books and old habit. Perhaps people slept in 2 pieces because their lives made them, because the nights were long and dark and there was nothing else to do, because that was simply the custom they were raised in. Perhaps it was a habit of the times, and nothing more, and it tells us nothing about our own bodies now. That is a fair thought, and a careful one, and it deserves a careful answer. Because there is an answer, and it does not come from an old book at all. It comes from a laboratory, and from a quiet experiment done not very long ago in the 1990s that took the whole beautiful theory and put it to the test on real, modern, living bodies. The man who did it was a sleep scientist named Thomas Ware. And he asked himself a simple and rather brilliant question. If people once slept in 2 segments because their nights were long and dark, then what would happen if you took modern people, people raised entirely in the age of electric light, and gave them back the long, dark nights of the past? Would they keep sleeping the modern way in one solid block, out of habit? Or would their bodies, given the chance, slowly remember the old rhythm and fall back into it, the first sleep and the second sleep, without anyone teaching them how? So he set up the experiment. He gathered a small group of volunteers, just a handful of them, ordinary modern people, and he changed their nights. Instead of the short, bright, electric evenings we all live in, he gave them the nights of the deep past. For 14 hours out of every 24, he placed them in darkness. Complete darkness. No lamps, no screens, no light of any kind, for 14 long hours, just as the medieval villager would have known, a great span of true dark from evening until morning. And for the other 10 hours they had their light and their day. Then he simply watched and waited and recorded week after week to see what their bodies would do. At first, not very much. The volunteers slept more or less as modern people sleep, in one long stretch, because that was the only way they knew. The darkness kept doing its patient work, night after night, and something began to shift. By the 4th week of living in those long, dark nights, the change was unmistakable. The volunteers had stopped sleeping in one block. They had begun, entirely on their own, with no one telling them to sleep in two. A first sleep of several hours. Then a waking in the middle of the night. Then a second sleep of several hours more, carrying them to morning. Their modern bodies, given back the long dark, had quietly rediscovered the medieval night. The old rhythm had been there all along, sleeping inside them, waiting only for the darkness to call it out. That, to me, is one of the most extraordinary things in this whole story. It means the two sleeps were never merely a custom, a habit of the times that we happened to grow out of. They are written deeper than that. They are written into the body itself, into the ancient machinery of the human night, and the only reason we do not live them now is that we have flooded our nights with light and never let the darkness grow long enough to wake them. Take the light away. Give the body back its 14 hours of dark. And the first sleep and the second sleep return on their own in a matter of weeks in people who had never heard of such a thing. The medieval sleeper is not a stranger from a lost world. The medieval sleeper is sleeping inside you right now, waiting for a dark that almost never comes. The most beautiful part of Vere's experiment is not that the two sleeps came back. It is what that waking hour in the middle was like for these modern people once it returned. Because Ware did not only watch when his volunteers slept, he measured what was happening inside their bodies during that quiet waking hour between the two sleeps. And what he found there is, I think, the gentlest fact in this whole gentle story. During that middle of the night waking, the volunteers' bodies were not stressed. They were not braced and anxious and wired, the way ours are when we jerk awake at 3 in the morning. The opposite. Their level of the stress hormone, the one called cortisol, the one that floods you with alarm and gets you ready to fight or to run, was low. Calm and low. And at the same time, their bodies were rich with another substance, a hormone called prolactin, the kind of quiet, soothing hormone your body makes when you are deeply at peace, when you are resting, when a mother is nursing a child in the still of the night. High prolactin, low cortisol. A body completely at ease. Awake, but utterly calm. Ver described it in a way I have never forgotten. He said his volunteers, in that waking hour, were in a state he could only compare to meditation. An altered state of consciousness, he called it, not unlike the deep calm that people spend years learning to reach through prayer, or through stillness, or through long practice. His modern volunteers reached it for free every night simply by living in the dark and waking naturally between their two sleeps. They lay there in the darkness, awake, thinking slow and peaceful thoughts, their bodies flooded with calm, in a state of rest so deep that the closest word for it is meditation. And then, when the hour had passed, they lay back down and slid into the second sleep. Now think about what that means, and lay it gently beside everything I told you earlier about the medieval night. The people of the Middle Ages, waking in their hour between the sleeps, praying and talking and loving and thinking in the dark, were not just passing the time. Their bodies, in that hour, were in that same deep and peaceful state, calm hormones rising, stress hormones falling, a natural meditation happening inside them, night after night, without their ever having to try. The prayers they said in that hour fell on a mind already made calm by the chemistry of the dark. The quiet talk, the slow thought, the tenderness, all of it happened inside a body that was, for that hour, as much at peace as a body can be. No wonder they did not fear the waking. Their whole physical self was telling them, in the oldest language it knows, that this was a good place to be. And now think, with as much kindness as you can, about our own middle-of-the-night waking, and how completely it has been turned inside out. When you wake at 3 in the morning now, your body does not fill with calm. It fills with alarm. Your cortisol rises. Your heart quickens. Your mind, instead of drifting into peaceful thought, snaps awake and begins to churn, running over your worries, counting the hours you have left, tightening with the fear that you are broken, that something is wrong, that you will pay for this tomorrow. The very same waking that once dropped a person into a state like meditation now drops us into a state like panic. Same hour. Same dark. Same ancient rhythm rising in the body. But we have been taught to meet it with fear instead of with peace, and so the gift has become a wound. That is the real loss. The 2 sleeps themselves, though those are gone for most of us. The loss is the calm. The medieval sleeper woke into peace. We wake into fear. And the difference between those two, I have come to believe, is a very large part of what we mean when we say, wistfully, that the past slept better than we do. It is not that their beds were softer. We know they were not. It is that their waking was gentler. The dark was on their side. And somewhere in the last few centuries, in all our light and all our cleverness, the dark stopped being on ours. So how did that happen? How did the human race lose a rhythm so old and so deep that it reaches back past Rome, a rhythm still sleeping in our very bodies, waiting only for darkness to wake it? That is the last part of the story, the story of the loss itself, and it is worth telling slowly because it did not happen all at once, and it did not happen by anyone's decision. Crept in quietly on the back of the most ordinary and welcome thing in the world. Light. Almost the whole of human history, light after dark was precious and scarce and dim. Candle was a small expense that added up, and so you did not burn candles carelessly. A rushlight, which was a length of dried reed soaked in fat, gave a thin and guttering flame that a poor family could just afford, and no more. The banked fire threw its low red glow. And that was all. When the sun went down, the world went dark, and no amount of wanting could change it. The darkness was not a choice. It was a fact, as fixed as the weather, and human sleep had grown up inside it, shaped by it, matched to it, over thousands and thousands of years. And then, slowly, we learned to make light. Not the small, dear, flickering light of a candle, but real light, cheap light, bright light, light you could pour out into the streets and the houses and hold the night back with. Began, in the modern sense, with gas. In the early 1800s, cities began to run pipes through their streets and to burn gas in lamps along them. And for the first time in all of history, a city street could be lit through the night with a steady, even glow. The first city in the United States to be lit this way by gas was Baltimore in the year 1817. And once it had begun, it spread, city after city, lamp after lamp, the pools of true darkness shrinking back year by year as the light crept out into the night. Then came something brighter still. By the end of the 1800s, the electric light had arrived, and it changed everything faster and more completely than gas ever had. Electric light was cheap and clean and easy, and once it was in the streets and then in the homes, the old darkness was finished. A person could now, with the turn of a switch, fill a room with a light as bright as day at any hour for almost nothing. The night, which had ruled human life since before there was history, had finally been beaten. And we were glad. Of course we were glad. Who would not be glad? Light meant safety, and work, and reading, and company, and freedom from the long imprisonment of the dark. No one who lit the first electric lamp in their home was thinking about sleep. They were thinking, at last, we are free of the night. The night had been holding something, and when we broke the night, we lost the thing it held. Here is what happened, quietly, underneath all that welcome brightness. The long, deep darkness that had always called the two sleeps out of the human body simply stopped coming. The evenings grew bright. People stayed up later because now they could, because there was light to stay up by. Going out at night became a pleasure and a fashion, something to do rather than something to fear. The dark that had once pressed its early, patient message into every body, telling it to lie down soon after sunset, was pushed back hour after hour, decade after decade. And with the darkness cut short, the two sleeps had no room left to unfold. There was no longer a long enough night to hold a first sleep and a waking hour and a second sleep. There was only a short, late, brightly lit evening, and then a single, hurried block of sleep crammed into what was left before the morning. There was another force at work too, quieter than the light, but just as strong, and it was the clock. As the modern world came on, people grew more and more ruled by time, by the exact measured hour, by schedules and shifts and appointments, and the sense that the night was a fixed number of hours that had to be used efficiently. Sleep became a thing you were supposed to get done all at once, in one solid stretch, so that you could be up and ready at a set time for work. Waking in the middle of the night, which had once been the most natural thing in the world, now became a nuisance, an interruption, a failure to sleep properly and efficiently through the allotted hours. Two forces worked together, the bright light stealing the darkness and the ticking clock demanding efficiency, and between them they squeezed the old, roomy, two-part night down into the tight single block we now think of as normal sleep. It did not happen overnight, and it did not happen everywhere at once. All through the 1800s, the old pattern lingered, especially in the countryside, where the light came later and the dark stayed longer. The references to the first sleep grew fewer and fainter as the century wore on, like a sound fading into the distance. And by the early 1900s, they had all but vanished. First sleep, that landmark of the night that Chaucer could mention without a word of explanation, that doctors had scheduled medicines around, that had been the common property of every human being for thousands of years, quietly slipped out of our language and out of our lives, and we did not even notice it going. Within just a few generations, the whole memory of it was gone. People came to believe, and doctors came to teach, that the right and natural and healthy way to sleep was one unbroken block of 8 hours, and that anything else was a disorder to be treated. And so we arrive at where we are tonight. We have inherited a night that would have seemed strange and unnatural to almost every human being who ever lived before us. We lie down late in rooms that are never truly dark, our bodies confused by the glow of screens and streetlights that tell them, falsely, that it is still day. We ask ourselves to fall asleep quickly, which is hard, because the darkness never came early enough or deep enough to make us properly sleepy. We try to sleep straight through in one solid piece, which is also hard because our bodies still carry, deep down, the ancient rhythm that wants to rise for a while in the middle of the night. And when that ancient rhythm does what it has always done, when we wake at 3 in the morning as our ancestors woke every night of their lives, we do not greet it with calm. We greet it with fear. We lie there in the dark, hearts tightening, certain that something has gone wrong, certain that we are broken, when in truth the only thing that has happened is that a very old and very healthy part of us has briefly woken up in a world that no longer has any room for it. I do not tell you this to make you sad, and I certainly do not tell you to make you afraid of your own bed, which would be a poor gift from a channel meant to help you sleep. I tell you because I think there is a strange comfort buried in it, and I want you to have that comfort. The comfort is this. If you are someone who wakes in the night and lies there worrying that you are failing at sleep, I want you to know that you are not broken. You are not sick. You are not doing anything wrong. You are, if anything, doing something very, very old. The waking you fear is the same waking that Chaucer knew, and the medieval villager knew, and the monk in his cold church knew, and the Roman poet knew, and the volunteers in that quiet laboratory found again the moment the darkness was given back to them. It is not a malfunction. It is a memory. It is the oldest human night, rising up in you in the middle of a modern one. Let us leave the bright modern city now and its lost darkness and go back one last long way, back into the deep medieval night, because there is one more room in that night I want to show you before we let the whole thing carry you off to sleep. It is the quietest room of all, and the most solemn, and it belonged to the men and women who did not merely wake in the middle of the night, but rose from their beds on purpose, in the cold and the dark, to pray. I mean the monks and the nuns in the monasteries and the convents scattered across the whole of medieval Europe. While the villagers slept their two sleeps, the great religious houses kept a different and a stricter night, and their night is one of the most beautiful things in all of this, because they took the natural rhythm of waking in the dark, and they made of it something holy. The man who first shaped this life, centuries before the height of the Middle Ages, was a monk named Benedict, whose rule for how monks should live became the pattern for countless houses across the continent. And Benedict divided the whole day and night into a set of fixed times for prayer, 8 of them spaced across the 24 hours, so that the community turned to God again and again as the day and the night wheeled by. These were the hours, and they had names, and the names are old and lovely. Vigils in the deep of the night. Lords at the coming of first light. Prime and terce and sext and none through the working day. Vespers as the evening came on. And Compline, the last of all, the gentle night prayer that sent the community to bed. It is the night office that concerns us now, the one called vigils, or sometimes matins, and it is the most demanding of them all. 'Cause vigils was prayed in the dead middle of the night. The community would go to their beds after Compline in the early dark and sleep their first sleep, just as the villagers did. Then, while the rest of the world lay in its waking hour between the two sleeps, the monks did not merely lie in bed and murmur a prayer. They rose. The sound of a bell ringing through the cold cloisters, they got up from their beds in the deepest and coldest part of the night, often around 2 in the morning, and they made their way in the dark to the church. Picture it, because it is worth picturing slowly as you lie there warm in your own bed. A great stone church in the depth of a winter night. The stone has held the cold all through the dark hours, held it thoroughly, so that the inside of the church is nearly as cold as the frozen world outside. There is no heating. There is no warmth anywhere. Only light is the small living light of candles and lanterns and the low flame of the sanctuary lamp, throwing soft moving shadows up the great pillars and losing itself in the high dark of the roof. And beyond the walls, the night. Snow, perhaps, moving quietly down in the blackness. Rain on the far side of the stone. the whole sleeping country stretched out dark for miles in every direction. And into that cold and candlelit church come the monks, in their robes, in the small hours, still heavy with sleep, their breath showing white in the lamplight. And they begin to pray. Not quickly. Vigils was a long office, especially in winter, when the nights were longest. It could last 2 hours or more in the freezing dark. They chanted the Psalms, the old songs of the Bible, back and forth across the choir, one side answering the other, the ancient words rising and falling in the cold air. They listened to readings from Scripture. They sat and stood and bowed and sang hour after hour in the middle of the night while the world slept around them. There is a phrase for what they were doing, and it goes to the very heart of why the night mattered so much to them. They were keeping watch. That is what a vigil is, a keeping of watch, a staying awake and alert in the dark when others sleep. In the old religious imagination, the deep of the night was a sacred and a dangerous time, a time when the soul was closest to eternity, when the veil between this world and the next fell thin, and to be awake and praying through it was to stand guard over the world while it slept. The monks were the watchmen of the medieval night, not against thieves but against the dark itself, holding a small flame of prayer burning through the blackest hours until the light came back. And notice gently how their holy night fits so perfectly over the ordinary human one. They too went to bed in the early dark and slept a first sleep. They too woke in the deep middle of the night, in the very hour when the villagers were stirring in their beds. The only difference is what they did with that waking. The villager stayed warm and prayed or talked or loved or thought. The monk rose and went to the cold church to pray in company. But both were living the same ancient rhythm, the same first sleep and waking, and, afterward, the same return to a second sleep. Because after vigils was done, the monks did not stay up. They went back to their beds in the cold and slept again, a second sleep, until the bell for lauds called them back at the first grey of the dawn. So the two sleeps ran even through the strictest and holiest life of the age. The monastic day was built right on top of the natural human night, the first sleep and the second sleep with a waking between them. Only the monks filled that waking with the most solemn work they knew. And there is something in that which I find almost unbearably beautiful. The deepest, darkest, coldest, loneliest hour of the night, the hour we now dread, the hour we lie awake in and call insomnia, was for these men and women the holiest hour of all, the hour they rose to meet on purpose, the hour they gave to God. They did not fear the middle of the night. They kept watch over it. They filled it with candlelight and old songs, and turned it into the still centre around which their whole devoted life revolved. I think of that sometimes when I wake in the small hours of my own too bright modern night. I think of the monks going down cold stone stairs to a freezing church, breath white in the candlelight, to sing the psalms in the deep of the dark. And it changes the feeling of the hour. Takes an hour, I was taught to fear, and it fills it, instead, with the memory of all the countless people who woke in exactly this hour and found in it not fear, but peace or prayer or love or simple quiet thought. You are in good company in the middle of the night. You are in the oldest company there is. Now let us go back to the village one last time, back to the small house with the banked fire and the shared bed, and let us finish the night we started, all the way through to the dawn. Because we left our sleeper awake in the quiet hour between the two sleeps, and it is time now to lie back down and go under again into the second sleep. The waking hour has run its gentle course. Whatever it held, the prayer, the quiet talk, the tending of the fire, the slow drift of thought, it has passed softly, the way it always does. The body grows heavy again. The eyes grow heavy. And so, without any effort, without any anxious wishing for sleep to come, the medieval sleeper lies back down in the warm dark among the warm bodies and simply lets go and sinks, for the second time that night, down into sleep. The second sleep had a different quality from the first, and the people who lived it seem to have known this, and the sleep scientists who have studied the rhythm think there is truth in it. The first sleep, coming early and going deep, was the heavy sleep, the dreamless, mending sleep, the sleep of pure exhaustion sinking to the bottom of the dark. The second sleep was lighter, and it was richer in dreams. Was the sleep of the morning hours, the sleep that comes after the body has already had its deep rest and its calm waking, and in it the mind ran free through images and stories, through the long, strange, vivid dreams that come in the last hours before dawn. And this mattered to them, because the medieval world took dreams seriously. A dream was not nothing. A dream might be a message, a warning, a glimpse of something true, a visit from the dead, or a word from heaven. And the dreams of the second sleep, coming as they did in that rich, light, image-filled sleep of the morning hours, were among the most vivid a person had. People woke from the second sleep with their dreams still bright in their minds, and they remembered them, and told them, and pondered them. The waking hour in the middle of the night had given them a calm, clear pause in which to notice their own minds. And the second sleep gave them dreams to carry up into the morning. It was, in its way, a night rich in inner life, a night with room in it for the mind to wander both awake and asleep, in a way our single hurried block of sleep leaves very little room for. So the sleeper dreams through the last dark hours, while outside the world turns slowly toward the light. And then, at last, it comes. Not suddenly. The dawn never comes suddenly. It comes the way the dusk came at the start of the night, slowly, and then all at once. First the darkness thins just barely at the edges. The window, which was a black nothing all night, becomes a faint grey square, the first thing in the room to have a shape again. The birds begin, one at a time, and then in a rush, the great morning chorus rising up out of the fields and the trees. And the light seeps in, grey and then pale and then gold, until the room takes back its shapes, the beam overhead, the pot by the hearth, the sleeping faces of the others in the bed. And someone stirs and wakes. in that first grey light from the second sleep. There is no alarm to tear them out of it. There is only the light and the birds and the old, deep knowledge carried in the body that the night is over and the day has come. They wake gently, having slept in 2 full pieces with a calm hour of rest between them, having dreamed their morning dreams, and they lie for a moment in the pale light, and then they rise to meet the day. And the very first thing they do, in the cold of the early morning, is go to the hearth. Do you remember the fire we banked so carefully at the very start of the night, all those hours ago? The fire we covered with ashes and put to sleep. It has slept the whole night through, just as they have, smouldering low and patient under its grey blanket. And now the sleeper kneels down before it in the dawn light, and rakes back the cold ashes, and there, underneath, are the embers, still living, still warm, kept safe through all the long dark hours. A little dry straw laid on, a few soft breaths, and the fire wakes and climbs, and the flames come back, and the house begins to warm, and the new day has its heart beating again. There is a whole quiet circle in that, and I love it as the perfect shape of the medieval night. Fire is put to sleep at dusk and woken at dawn. The people are put to sleep at dusk and woken at dawn. And through the long dark between, both the fire and the people do the same thing. They rest. They smoulder low, they keep something alive and warm through the blackness, and then they rise again with the light, unhurried, ready, carried through the night by nothing more than patience and warmth and the turning of the dark. Nothing is forced. Nothing is fought. The night is not crossed like an enemy's country, but rested in like a home. And in the morning the ember is still glowing, and the day begins again, the way it has begun 10,000 times before. That, from beginning to end, is one night in the medieval world. The evening bell and the covered fire. The barred door and the shared bed, with all its warmth and all its fleas. The early falling into the first sleep, deep and heavy in the total dark. The gentle waking, the hour twixt sleep and wake, given to prayer and quiet talk and love and thought. And then the second sleep, lighter and full of dreams, carrying the sleeper down to the very edge of the dawn, where the birds and the grey light wake them, and the ember is raked back into flame, and it all begins again. It was a hard night in so many ways. Cold and smoky and crowded and biting. I will never let you forget that, because it is true. But it was also a night with a shape that fit the human body, like a key fits a lock, a night that rose and fell with the dark, that made room for waking in its middle and dreaming at its end, that asked nothing of the sleeper but to follow the darkness down and let it carry them through. And that shape, that gentle, roomy, unforced shape, is the thing we traded away when we lit the night. And it is the thing, I believe, we are quietly grieving whenever we say that the people of the past slept better than we do. I want to be very careful now, because we have come to the part of the night where it would be easy for me to tell you a lie, and I promised at the very beginning that I would not. It would be easy, having walked you so gently through the medieval night, to let you drift off believing it was a golden age of sleep, a lost paradise of rest that we foolishly threw away. That is not true. It was not a paradise. And the calmest, kindest thing I can do for you tonight is to hold both halves of the truth at once, so that you can rest in the real past and not in a pretty story about it. So let me lay the hardness out plainly, once more, all of it together, so there is no mistaking it. The medieval night was cold, in a way that reached into the bone. When the fire was banked, the warmth that remained was small and did not travel far, and the walls and the floor drank the heat out of the room. And on the coldest nights of winter, people lay shivering under too few blankets, pressed together as much for survival as for love. The cold was not a small discomfort. In the depth of a hard winter, the cold could kill, and sometimes did, the old and the sick and the very young slipping away in the night when the fire and the blankets were not enough. There was the smoke. In the poorer houses, with their open hearths and their holes in the roof, the smoke never fully cleared. It hung in the upper air of the room. It stung the eyes and roughened the lungs and blackened the beams, and people breathed it night after night, year after year, and it did them slow harm that they had no way to measure and no way to escape. There was the bed itself, hard and lumpy, a sack of straw or of coarse wool over boards or bare earth, nothing you or I would call comfortable for a single night, let alone a lifetime of nights. And there were the things that lived in it. The fleas, the lice, the bedbugs, out in the warmth and the dark, biting, itching, moving from body to body through the shared beds and the crowded inns. Nearly everyone carried them. Nearly everyone had always carried them. It was a constant, low torment that people simply lived with, because there was no soap, no spray, no clean white sheet fresh from the wash to save them from it. And there was fear. Real fear, of the kind we had mostly forgotten. The night was dangerous. In the towns, once the curfew had rung and the honest folk had gone in and barred their doors, the streets belonged to other things, to thieves and to men who meant harm, and to walk abroad at night without good reason and a good light was to take your life in your hands. There was the ever-present dread of fire, the fear that a poorly banked hearth or a knocked candle would catch in the night and take the house and everyone in it. There was the fear of sickness, of waking to find a fever had come into the house in the dark. And there was a deeper, older fear too of the night itself, of the things people half believed moved in the blackness, the spirits and the dead, and the powers of the dark that the daylight world kept safely at bay. When the medieval sleeper barred the door at nightfall, they were not only keeping out the cold, they were shutting themselves and their family inside a small circle of safety against a night that felt, in a way ours no longer does, genuinely full of threat. So, no. It was not better, if by better you mean easier or safer or more comfortable or kinder to the body. By almost every one of those measures, your night is better than theirs, immeasurably better, and if you could see their night up close, cold and the smoke and the biting dark and the fear behind the barred door, you would be deeply grateful for your own warm, clean, quiet, safe bed, and you would be right to be. The better I have been speaking of all night is a single, narrow, particular thing, and now that the hardness is laid out plainly beside it, I can name it exactly, and you can weigh the two for yourself. The one thing the medieval sleeper had that most of us do not is a night whose shape fit the body and a mind at peace inside the dark. Their sleep rose and fell with the real darkness, made room for waking without fear, did not measure itself against a clock or judge itself a failure for breaking in the middle. When they woke in the deep of the night, their bodies filled with calm and not with alarm, and they lay in that calm or rose into it and used it gently and went back down without a moment's worry. That is the whole of it. Not a soft bed. Quiet mind in a dark that was on their side. And here is the thing that I find, in the end, the most hopeful part of this whole long story. That one good thing, the one thing worth envying, is not made of straw and stone and smoke. It is not locked away in a lost century where we can never reach it. It is not the cold or the fleas or the barred door, none of which we would ever want. It is something much simpler and much closer, and in a small way still within our reach. It is a way of meeting the dark. It is the willingness to let the night be long and dark and unhurried. It is the calm that comes from believing, truly believing, that waking in the night is not a wound but a rhythm, older than history, sleeping still in your own body, and nothing at all to fear. We cannot go back to the medieval night, and we would not want to. But we can, perhaps, take the one good thing it had, the calm, the peace with the dark, the permission to wake without fear, and carry it into our own, too bright, too hurried, too anxious nights. And that, more than any lecture about candles and curfews, is what I hope you will keep from tonight and take with you down into sleep. Let us rest for a while now in the sounds of the medieval night, because sound is a large part of what a night is, and theirs was so different from ours that it is worth lying quietly and listening to it, the way you might listen to rain. Our nights are loud in a low, constant way that we have stopped hearing. There is the hum of the refrigerator, the whisper of the heating or the cooling, the far-off wash of traffic that never quite stops, the faint electric buzz of a world that is always running. Under all our silence there is a machinery humming, and we have grown so used to it that we only notice it on the rare nights when it all goes quiet, and then the silence itself feels strange and enormous. The medieval night had none of that. No machine anywhere was running. No engine, no motor, no current. When the village went to sleep, the silence that came down was a real and total silence, the deep silence of a world with nothing mechanical in it at all. And into that great silence, the small sounds of the night came clear and close. The wind moving through the thatch of the roof and finding the gaps in the walls. The soft shift and settle of the timbers as the house cooled. The breathing of the others in the bed, and their small movements, and now and then a murmur from someone deep in a dream. The animals close by, sometimes under the same roof, the shift of a hoof in the straw, the low sound of a beast breathing in the dark. A dog, somewhere across the village, barking once at something and then falling quiet. An owl, out over the fields. a mouse in the thatch above your head. These were the sounds of the night, and they were quiet, and they were near, and a person lying awake in the dark knew every one of them and could read the whole night by its sounds without ever opening their eyes. In the towns there was one more sound, and it is a lovely one, and it belongs to the night in a special way. It was the voice of the watchman. Because the medieval town did not simply go dark and silent and trust to luck. In many towns, through the long dark hours, a watchman walked the streets, or several of them, keeping guard while the town slept. They watched for fire, above all, that great terror of the timber town, and they watched for thieves and for trouble, and they walked their rounds through the empty streets with a lantern and a staff, alone in the dark with the sleeping houses all around them. And in some places the watchman called the hours. As he walked at intervals through the night, he would lift his voice and call out into the dark, telling the sleeping town what hour it was and that all was well. It was a way of marking the passage of the night, and a comfort too, a human voice in the blackness saying quietly that someone was awake and watching over you, that the night was proceeding as it should, that all was well. Imagine drifting in your bed in the deep of the night, in your first sleep or your waking hour, and hearing from somewhere out in the dark streets the far, calm voice of the watchman calling the hour and telling the town that all was well. There is a tenderness in that which our own nights, for all their safety, have entirely lost. No one calls out to us in the dark that all is well. We have alarms and locks and lights, but no voice. The night was long too, in a way ours is not, because the medieval world had no way to make a short night out of a long one. In our world, the length of our night is more or less our own choice. We decide when to sleep and when to rise, and the seasons make little difference, because we simply turn on a light and carry on as though the sun's coming and going were a minor detail. It was not a minor detail to them. The length of the night ruled their sleep completely, and the length of the night changed enormously across the year, and so their sleep stretched and shrank with the turning of the seasons in a way we can barely imagine. In the deep of winter the nights were vast. The sun set in the middle of the afternoon and did not rise again until well into the morning, and the dark in between could stretch to 14 hours, or 15, or more, in the northern lands. That is a great deal of night to fill, far more than any body needs for sleep. And so the winter night was the roomiest of all for the old pattern. There was time in it for a long first sleep, and a long and leisurely waking hour, and a long second sleep, with time to spare. The winter waking hour could stretch out, unhurried, a wide calm space in the middle of a vast dark, and people lived in it fully, prayed and talked and worked at small quiet tasks, and simply rested, because the night was long and there was no reason at all to hurry back to sleep. In the height of summer it was the opposite. The nights were short, the sun setting late and rising early, the dark a brief and shallow thing squeezed between 2 long days of light and labour. And so the summer sleep was shorter, more compressed, closer to the single block we know, because there was simply not enough darkness to hold the full 2-part night. People work long into the light summer evenings, for the harvest waits for no one, and slept the short warm nights more or less straight through, and rose with the early sun. Two sleeps belonged most fully to the long nights, to autumn and winter, and the dark half of the year, when the night was generous and gave the body all the room it needed to rise and fall and rise again. I find something restful in that too, in the thought of sleep that changed with the seasons, that was long and roomy in the dark months, and short and bright in the light ones, that bent and flexed to fit the turning year, instead of holding rigidly to the same fixed hours every night, regardless of the sky. Their sleep breathed with the world. It grew and shrank with the dark. It was not a fixed quantity to be got, the same amount every night, no matter what, measured and worried over. It was a living thing, shaped by the season and the weather and the length of the dark, and they let it be shaped because they had no choice, and because in letting it be shaped they were spared the whole modern anxiety of trying to force the same 8 hours out of every single night of a turning year. Let us do something now that we have not quite done yet tonight. Let us stop looking at the medieval sleeper from the outside and step inside them instead. Let me place you gently into one single ordinary night 700 years ago and let you live it as your own. Just lie still and let the room around you change and become someone else for a little while in the warm dark. Imagine, then, that you are a woman in a village in the autumn of some year around 1300. The harvest is in. The days have grown short and the air has turned cold, and tonight the dark came early, sliding down over the fields while there was still work half done. You have been on your feet since before the last dawn, and your back aches, and your hands are rough, and the tiredness in you is deep and total, the honest tiredness of a body that has worked. The evening meal is eaten, something simple, bread and a little pottage from the pot by the fire. The children are settled. And now, out across the rooftops, from the direction of the church, the bell has begun to ring, slow and deep in the cold blue dusk. The curfew. Cover the fire. The night has come. So you cover it, the way you have covered it every night of your life, the way your mother covered it, and her mother before her. You draw the burning wood back from the centre of the hearth. You sweep the hot ashes up over the embers and rake the cold ashes over the top until the fire is a low grey mound with the heat hidden safe inside it. You check the door and bar it against the cold and the dark. And then you go to the bed, which is a wide, low pallet near the hearth, where the last of the warmth still reaches, and you lie down among your family, your children close, the warmth of their small bodies against you, and you pull the single heavy blanket up over all of you, and you close your eyes. And the dark takes you quickly. There is nothing to hold you awake. No light, no sound, but the wind and the breathing of your children, and the far-off bark of a dog. Your body is so tired and the dark is so complete that you do not so much fall asleep as simply dissolve into it, down and down, past thought, past worry, into the deep, heavy first sleep, the sleep with no dreams in it, the sleep that mends you. And there you stay for hours, while the night wheels slowly overhead and the cold deepens, and the whole dark village sleeps around you. And then, in the deep middle of the night, you wake. Softly. Not with a start, not torn from sleep, but rising up out of it the way you always do, the way everyone does, at this same still hour. Your eyes open onto the dark, and you feel, first, that you are rested. The deep sleep has done its work, and the aching is eased out of your back, and your mind is clear and quiet and calm. You are simply awake in the middle of the night, and there is nowhere to be, and nothing that must be done, and no clock anywhere telling you that you are losing precious sleep, and no fear at all, because this is ordinary. This is the watch. This is the hour twixt sleep and wake that comes every night and always has. So you lie there in the warm dark, and you let your mind move slowly. Perhaps you pray, the old words rising up in you without effort, spoken silently into the blackness, a small quiet conversation with heaven in the stillest hour of the night. Perhaps you listen to your children breathing and feel the deep animal contentment of knowing they are near and safe and warm. Perhaps you think of the day to come, the work waiting, and turn it over calmly, without the churn of anxiety, just a slow, untroubled planning in the dark. Perhaps your husband is awake too, beside you, and you murmur a few words to each other, low and easy, the small talk of two people who have shared a bed for years. Or perhaps you simply lie there and think of nothing at all, and watch the faint red memory of the banked fire glowing softly across the room, and feel in your whole body calm so deep it is almost like floating. This is the hour. This is the thing we lost. Not the cold, not the fleas, not the smoke, not the fear behind the barred door. This wide, calm pool of waking in the middle of the dark, where a tired body rests and a quiet mind wanders, and there is nothing to fear and nowhere to be. Feel how it settles you, even now, even here, even lying in your own modern bed, just to imagine it. The permission of it. The peace of it. Oldest human hour, asking nothing of you but to rest. And then, after a while, the hour passes, as it always does. The heaviness comes back into your eyes and your limbs, and so you let go again and lie back down into the warmth and sink for the second time into sleep. And this second sleep is lighter and full of dreams, long, soft, strange dreams that carry you gently down the last dark slope of the night toward the morning you cannot yet see, but that is surely coming. And you dream, and the world turns, and far off, though you do not hear it in your sleep, the sky begins, very slowly, to pale. You may keep that night, if you like. You may carry that woman's calm waking hour into your own bed tonight, and use it the next time you find yourself awake in the dark. You may lie there as she lay, and tell yourself the truth she knew without ever having to be told, that this waking is not a failure and not a fault, that it is old and it is natural and it is nothing to fear, that a tired body resting in a dark room in the middle of the night is doing exactly what human bodies have always done. And perhaps telling yourself that, you will feel the fear loosen its grip, and the calm come in, and the dark become, just a little, a friendlier country than it was before. Let us stay a little longer in that warm shared bed, because there is someone in it we have not yet spoken of, and they belong to the medieval night as much as anyone. The children. In almost every house, the night was full of children, and the way they slept and learned to sleep is one of the gentlest parts of the whole picture. A medieval child did not sleep alone in a room of its own behind a closed door, the way so many children sleep now. The very idea would have seemed strange and cold and even unkind. A child slept in the thick of the family, among the warm bodies, close to its mother, close to its brothers and sisters, in the same bed or on the same pallet, or curled near the same fire. From its very first nights in the world, a child was folded into the warmth of the sleeping household, and it grew up never knowing the dark alone. Whatever else the medieval night lacked, and it lacked a great deal, it did not lack that. No child in that bed ever cried out in the dark and found no one there. There was always someone. There was always warmth and breathing and the nearness of others on every side. And so the children learned the shape of the night the way they learned everything, simply by living inside it night after night from the very beginning. They learned to lie down when the dark came, because everyone lay down when the dark came. They learned the first sleep, the deep early plunge into rest, because their small tired bodies took them there. And they learned the waking hour too, the quiet stirring in the middle of the night, because they woke into a house where waking in the night was ordinary and unfeared, where their mother might be praying softly beside them, or their parents murmuring low, or the fire being tended, all of it calm, all of it normal, all of it simply what the night was. A medieval child never had to be taught that waking in the dark was nothing to fear, because it never occurred to anyone that it might be something to fear. The child absorbed the calm of the night, the way it absorbed its mother's voice, without a single lesson, simply by being there. Think of how different that is from the way we raise children to the dark now. We put them alone, in their own rooms, behind their own doors, in the dark, and we teach them, without ever meaning to, that the night is a thing you face by yourself. And then we are surprised when they are afraid of it. We have taken the oldest and most natural thing, the child sleeping warm in the middle of the family, and we have reversed it and made solitude the goal and the norm, and called the child's longing for warmth and nearness a problem to be trained out of them. The medieval child would not have understood us at all. To them, the night meant closeness. The night meant the warm heap of the family in the dark. The night meant never, ever being alone. And there were the old comforts of the night, the ones that have survived in worn and scattered forms all the way down to us. There were lullabies, of course, the soft songs sung over restless children in the dark, as old as singing itself, as old as mothers, sung in that same low voice you might use even now to settle a frightened child. There were the small murmured prayers taught to children to say as they lay down, simple words to carry them safely into the dark, words asking for protection through the night, and awaking in the morning. Some of those little bedtime prayers are so old and so worn smooth by centuries of small voices that versions of them are still whispered over children tonight in rooms lit by the soft glow of a nightlight. The same words, the same reaching toward safety in the dark, passed down hand to hand across all those hundreds of years. There is a deep continuity in that which I find very moving, lying here at the end of the night. Everything else has changed. The houses, the beds, the fires, the light, the whole world. But a mother singing softly to a child in the dark has not changed at all. A small voice saying a prayer before sleep has not changed at all. The reaching for warmth, the fear of the dark and the comfort that answers it, the tenderness of watching over someone small and beloved as they sink into sleep, all of that is exactly, precisely the same in that medieval bed and in a nursery tonight, unchanged by a single degree across the whole long distance of time. The night undid all the differences between us and them and left only the sameness. In the dark, holding a child, singing it down into sleep, a medieval mother and a modern one are doing the identical thing, feeling the identical thing, and there is not 1 inch of real distance between them. So if there is a child near you tonight sleeping, or if there was once, or if you can remember being that child yourself, held and sung and carried down into the dark, let that be part of what rocks you to sleep now. Oldest comfort there is, the warm nearness in the dark, the soft voice singing the day to a close. It reaches back behind the Middle Ages, behind everything, all the way to the very first mother who ever held the very first sleepy child and hummed to it in the dark to keep it calm. That is the deepest root of all of this, deeper than curfews and covered fires and first sleeps and second sleeps. Underneath all of it, holding all of it up, is simply love in the dark, keeping someone warm and safe and unafraid until sleep comes. That is the oldest night of all, and you are lying in it now. I have been calling this the medieval night all evening, and that is fair, because the Middle Ages are where the picture is richest and where our story mostly lives. But I do not want to leave you thinking this rhythm was born in the Middle Ages, because it was not. It is far, far older than that. 2 sleeps did not begin with the medieval villager. They reach back behind the Middle Ages, behind Rome, behind almost everything we have any record of at all, into the deepest and dimmest reaches of the human past. When Roger Ekirch kept gathering his references, they did not stop at the edge of the Middle Ages. They kept going back and back into the ancient world, and there the first sleep was already old. Oldest voices we have, some of the very first storytellers whose words survive, already knew the first sleep. The great poets of ancient Greece, whose tales of gods and heroes were sung and written thousands of years ago, refer to it. The old poets and historians of Rome, the ones whose names have come down to us across 2,000 years, Virgil and Livy and others, wrote of a first sleep as a plain marker of the deep night, a known landmark, exactly as the medieval writers would centuries later. When one of those ancient writers wanted to say that something happened in the dead of night, he might say it happened after the first sleep, and every listener in the ancient world understood, because they lived it too. The rhythm we have been resting in all night was already ancient when the walls of Rome were new. And you can hear its echo in some of the oldest and most familiar phrases we still have. Think of the old expression, the watches of the night. That phrase comes down to us from the ancient world, from the way the long dark hours were divided up into watches, and it carries in it the memory of a night that was not one solid block, but a thing with parts and stages marked and named that a person moved through in stages. To speak of the watches of the night is to speak, without knowing it, of a night that had a shape, a night you pass through in movements, waking and sleeping and waking again, keeping watch in the dark. The very language of the ancient night remembers what we have forgotten. Why does it matter that it is so old? Matters, I think, because it settles the last doubt. If the two sleeps were only medieval, you might still tell yourself it was a habit of one particular age, a fashion of the Middle Ages that we happened to outgrow. But it is not one age's habit. It is the pattern of nearly the entire human story. From the oldest poems we have, through Rome, through the whole long stretch of the Middle Ages, right up to the doorstep of the modern world, human beings slept in two pieces with a waking between them. It is not the medieval way of sleeping. It is the human way of sleeping, the way our species slept for as far back as we can see, in every land where the nights were long and dark. The single unbroken block that we now call normal sleep is the strange one. It is the new thing. It is the exception, only a few hundred years old, born of gaslight and electric light and the ticking clock. Two sleeps are the rule, the ancient and nearly universal rule, and we are the odd ones out, living against a rhythm that shaped almost every human being who ever lived before us. There is a strange comfort in belonging to something that old. When you lie awake in the dark tonight, or on some other night, in that hour you were taught to fear, I want you to feel the length of the line you are standing in. Behind you, in that hour, stands the medieval villager, waking to pray. And behind her the Roman and the Greek and the singer of the oldest songs we have, all of them awake in the same deep hour, all of them calm in it, all of them finding it as ordinary as breathing. You are not alone in the middle of the night. You are joined, in that hour, to almost the whole of humanity that has ever lived. The company you keep at 3 in the morning is the oldest company there is, stretching back past every book and every empire, all the way down into the dark where human beings first learned to sleep. And they were not afraid. That is the thing I keep returning to, because it is the thing most worth taking. Across all those thousands of years, all those countless people waking in the deep of the night, the fear we feel was simply not there. They did not lie awake counting their losses. They did not brace against the dark. They woke and they were calm, and the dark held them, and the rhythm carried them, and they thought nothing of it at all. The fear is ours. It is new, like the electric light. and like the electric light, it has flooded into a place that used to be dark and quiet, and left us unable to see the thing that was always there. The waking was never the problem. The fear of the waking is the problem, and the fear is only a few generations old, and it is not, whatever it feels like at 3 in the morning, the truth about your body. The truth about your body is written much deeper and much older, and it is calm. There is another difference between their night and ours, quieter than the light and the clock, but I think just as deep, and it is worth resting on before we begin to let the night close. It is the difference in how we think about sleep itself. Not how we do it, how we think about it. Because the medieval sleeper and the modern sleeper hold sleep in their minds in almost opposite ways, and I have come to believe that the way we hold it in our minds is a large part of why it slips through our fingers. To us, sleep has become a task, a thing to be achieved, a number to be hit. We speak of getting our sleep as though it were a quantity we go out and gather, the way we gather anything else we need. We are told we must have 8 hours, a fixed and exact amount, every single night, and we measure ourselves against that number and find ourselves wanting. We wear devices that count our sleep and score it, and show us in the morning how well or how badly we performed, as though sleep were an examination we could pass or fail. We read and worry and optimize. We try to fall asleep faster, to sleep more deeply, to sleep more efficiently, to squeeze the most rest out of the fewest hours. Sleep, for us, has become one more thing to be good at, one more performance to anxiously monitor, one more place to fall short. And there is a cruel trap folded into all of that, which anyone who has ever lain awake worrying about not sleeping already knows in their bones. The harder you try to sleep, the further sleep runs from you. Sleep is not a thing you can seize. It is a thing you can only allow. Comes when you stop reaching for it, when you loosen your grip, when you let go. And so the whole modern posture towards sleep, the trying, the measuring, the anxious wanting, is exactly the posture most likely to drive it away. We lie there in the dark, reaching for sleep with both hands, and it slips back further with every reach, and then we wake in the night, and the reaching turns to panic, and the panic wakes us further, and the harder we chase the rest, the more completely it escapes us. The medieval sleeper did none of this, and could not have understood it if you tried to explain it. They did not have a number to hit. No one had ever told them how many hours they were supposed to sleep. They did not measure their sleep or score it or try to improve it. Sleep was not a task they performed. It was a thing that happened to them, that came over them, that they surrendered to when the dark and the tiredness took them down. They did not get their sleep. They let the night have them. And in that letting go, in that complete absence of trying, there was a freedom from anxiety that we, with all our knowledge and all our devices, have somehow lost. Think of how the medieval sleeper met the dark. The light failed, and the tiredness came, and they lay down and were taken. They did not lie there wondering whether they would sleep, because there was nothing else to do and nowhere else to be, and no reason to expect anything but sleep. And when they woke in the night, they did not think, "I have failed to stay asleep," because staying asleep the whole night through was not the goal, was not even an idea. Waking was simply part of the night. And so at no point from dusk to dawn was there any anxiety about sleep at all. No target to miss. No performance to fail. No number to fall short of. Just the dark and the tiredness and the surrender to both, and the calm certainty that the night would carry them where it always had. We cannot fully return to that innocence because we know too much now. We cannot unlearn the 8 hours, or throw away every clock, or forget everything the sleep scientists have told us. But we can, perhaps, loosen our grip a little. We can hold the number more lightly. We can stop scoring ourselves. We can remember when we wake in the night that there is nothing to achieve here and nothing to fail at, that the only task is to rest, and that rest does not require sleep, that lying calm and warm and still in the dark is itself a kind of rest, a good and ancient kind, even on the nights when sleep is slow to come back. The medieval sleeper knew that lying quiet in the dark was not wasted time. It was the waking hour. It was part of the night. And if we could learn to see our own night wakings that way, not as failures to be sleeping, but as quiet hours to be rested in, I think a great deal of the fear would simply drain away, and with the fear gone, sleep, that shy thing that only comes when you stop chasing it, might find its own way back to us more easily than it ever did when we were reaching for it so hard. That is the gift hidden inside this old story, and it costs nothing, and no one can take it from you. It is permission. Permission to let the night be long. Permission to wake without fear. Permission to lie quiet in the dark and call it rest. Permission to stop performing your sleep and simply, like every human being who ever lived before the modern age, surrender to the night and let it carry you. Let me lift you up now gently out of the single house and the single village, and let us look at the whole of it at once, the way you might drift up and away in a dream and see the world spread out small and dark below you. Because there is something in the scale of it, in imagining not one sleeper, but all of them, that is deeply calming, and I want you to have it before the night closes. Picture the whole of medieval Europe on a single night in the deep of winter from high above. A vast, dark land, spread out under the stars, with no lights on it anywhere. No cities glowing. No roads traced in light. No scatter of houses shining up into the dark. Only blackness, land and forest and field and mountain all gone dark together, and here and there, if you looked very closely, the faint red pinprick of a single banked fire glowing through a doorway, the small moving spark of a watchman's lantern in a sleeping town. That was the whole of it. Dark continent, under a brilliant sky, almost entirely without light. And on that dark land, millions of people were asleep, and nearly every one of them was sleeping the same night we have walked through tonight. In every village, in every town, In every cold monastery and crowded inn, the same rhythm was unfolding, at more or less the same pace, under the same dark. Curfew bells had rung across 1,000 towns as the dusk came on, and 1,000 fires had been covered, and 1,000,000 doors had been barred, and the whole vast population of a continent had lain down together into the early dark. And now, in the deep middle of that great shared night, all across the dark land they were stirring. Yet oh, waking, rising into the quiet hour twixt sleep and wake, praying and talking low and tending fires and lying calm in the blackness. Think of it. Across the whole of a continent, at the same still hour, millions of people awake in the dark at once, and almost none of them afraid. In one village a woman lies praying beside her sleeping children. In a town a few miles off, a husband and wife murmur together in the dark. In a cold stone church, a community of monks has risen and gone down to sing the psalms by candlelight. In a crowded inn, a traveller lies awake among strangers, listening to a dozen people breathe. All of them awake, in the same hour, in the same dark, living the same ancient rhythm, each of them alone in their own small pool of blackness, and yet all of them together, joined by the shape of the night into one great sleeping and waking whole. There is a kind of communion in that image that our scattered modern nights have entirely lost. We do not sleep together any more as a world. We sleep at all hours, each on our own schedule, some of us dropping off as others are only rising, our nights overlapping and staggering and never quite lining up. The medieval world slept as one. The bell rang, and they went down together. The dark deepened, and they woke together. The light came, and they rose together. A whole civilization breathing in and out, night after night, in time with the turning of the dark, like one vast slow body sleeping and stirring and sleeping again beneath the stars. And it went on like that, night after night, year after year, century after century, for the whole long span of the Middle Ages and far beyond, this great shared rhythm of the human night, so constant and so universal that no one ever thought to remark on it any more than they would remark on the rising of the sun, was simply the world, was simply the night, was the water they swam in, invisible to them precisely because it was everywhere and always, the deep, unquestioned shape of every dark they had ever known. They could not see it because they were inside it. The loss of it, the flooding of the night with light and the shrinking of the dark, for anyone to look back and finally see the shape of what had always been there and give it a name, and realize, with a small ache, that it was gone. We are the first people who can see it, precisely because we are the first who no longer live it. We stand outside the old night now, in our lit-up world, and we can look back at it whole, the way you can only really see a house once you have moved out of it. And what we see, looking back, is that dark and sleeping continent, that great shared rhythm, that vast calm breathing of a world in time with its own darkness. It is a beautiful thing to see even from outside, even knowing we can never quite go back in. And perhaps seeing it is itself a kind of gift, a kind of consolation, to know that it was there, that it was real, that human beings once slept like that, all together, unafraid, carried through the dark by a rhythm older than memory. Stay up here with me a moment longer, above the dark and sleeping land, and turn your face upward now to the sky, because their sky is the last thing I want to give you, and it is the most beautiful, and it is the thing of all things they had that we have most completely lost. We have talked all night about the darkness on the ground, the black rooms and the barred doors, and the deep blind dark inside the sleeping house. There was a light in the medieval night, a light we almost never see anymore, and it hung overhead, enormous and silent and unimaginably old. The star, the handful of faint stars you can pick out over a modern town, struggling through the orange glow. The real sky. The whole sky. The sky as it looks when there is no light anywhere on the earth beneath it to drown it out. I do not think most people alive today have ever truly seen it. To see it, you have to go very far from any town, out into a real wilderness, on a clear and moonless night, and let your eyes drink in the dark for a long time until they open all the way. And then you look up, and it is not what you expected. It is too much. There are not hundreds of stars up there. There are thousands upon thousands, so many that the familiar shapes drown in them, so many that the black spaces between them almost disappear. The whole dome of the sky crowded and blazing and alive with light. And across the middle of it, from one horizon to the other, runs a great pale band of soft radiance, a river of dim light poured across the dark, made of more stars than you could ever count, so many and so far that they blur together into a glowing mist. That is the Milky Way, the light of our own vast wheel of stars seen edge on, and on a truly dark night it is bright enough to cast the faintest shadow on the ground. That was the ceiling over the medieval night. Every clear night, over every sleeping village, that blazing crowded sky wheeled slowly overhead, and the great pale river of the Milky Way arched across it, and the stars were so many and so bright that a person could walk by their light alone. When the medieval sleeper rose in the waking hour and stepped to the door, or the monk crossed the cloister to the church, or the watchman walked his rounds, this is the sky they walked beneath. Not our dim and empty sky, with its few brave stars. Their sky. Overflowing. Overwhelming. A thing of such beauty that we have to travel to the ends of the earth now just to catch a glimpse of what hung, every single night, over every ordinary person who ever lived before the age of light. We lost that too in the same trade on the same night we lit the world. The light we poured into the streets to hold back the dark did not stay in the streets. It rose. It spilled up into the sky and spread out and drowned the stars, until over our towns and cities the great blazing dome faded to a dull orange nothing, and the Milky Way vanished entirely, and children grew up who had never once seen it, who did not even know it was there, who thought the sky held only a scattering of faint dots and nothing more. We did not mean to steal the stars. We only wanted to be free of the dark. But you cannot banish the darkness without also banishing the stars, because the stars only shine in a dark deep enough to let them, and we made our darkness too shallow, and the stars went out for us, not because they died, but because we drowned them in our own light. So there is one more thing to grieve, gently, and one more thing to marvel at. People we have spent this night with, for all their cold and all their fear and all their hard and biting beds, went to sleep every clear night of their lives beneath a sky of such overwhelming beauty that most of us will never see its equal. They woke in the deep hour, and the stars were there, blazing over them. They lay in the dark, and above the roof, above the thatch, the whole burning wheel of the heavens turned slowly through the night. They may not have marvelled at it the way we would, because to them it was simply there, ordinary, the plain fact of the sky. But it was there, over every night of the whole long human story, until we, in a few short generations, quietly put it out. That sky be the last image you carry up into your own sleep tonight. Not the cold, not the fleas, not the fear. The sky. Imagine it over you now, the true dark sky, crowded and blazing and alive, the great pale river of light poured across the black, so many stars that the darkness between them all but disappears. Imagine lying beneath it, warm and safe, in the deep, still middle of the night, with the whole burning heavens wheeling slowly overhead, the same sky that turned over every sleeper who ever lived, oldest and most beautiful ceiling in the world. And let it hold you the way it held them, as we begin now to let the night close and let you go down into your own second sleep. We are a long way from that village now, you and I, 700 years and more. Everything about the world has changed so completely that if one of those sleepers could wake in your room tonight, they would understand almost nothing of it. The light at the touch of a finger, the warmth with no fire, the soft bed with nothing living in it, glowing rectangles, the silent machines, the whole impossible ease of a modern night. They would think they had woken in heaven or in a dream or in a story too strange to be believed. The distance between their night and yours is almost beyond measuring. And yet, when I think about that woman in the village, lying awake in the dark middle of the night with her children breathing beside her, I do not feel how far away she is. I feel how close. Because underneath everything that has changed, the thing at the center has not changed at all. Tiredness at the end of a long day is the same tiredness. Comfort of warmth against the cold is the same comfort. The particular tenderness of lying in the dark and listening to someone you love breathe softly beside you is exactly, precisely the same tenderness in her heart and in yours, across all those centuries, unchanged by a single degree. The human heart that met the medieval night is the same human heart that meets yours. We have changed the night beyond recognition. We have not changed at all the creature who lies down in it. She feared for her children as you fear for the people you love. She turned the day's worries over in the dark as you turn yours. She found a strange peace in the quiet hour of the night, as you can still find on the good nights, when you let yourself. She reached, in the blackness, for something larger than herself, in prayer or in wonder or in simple hope, as people still reach in the dark. She knew the deep animal contentment of being warm and safe while the cold and the dark pressed in outside, and you know it too, every night, without ever thinking to be grateful for it. The furniture of the night has all been swapped out. The person sitting in it is the same. That, in the end, is what these old stories are really for, I think. Not just to teach us about curfew bells and covered fires and the two sleeps, though those are lovely things to know. They are to remind us that we are not the first, and we are not alone. The fears we feel in the dark have been felt by everyone who ever lived. That the comforts we reach for were reached for by them too. That the long line of sleepers stretching back behind us into the deepest past were not strangers, but people exactly like us, lying down at the end of their days into the same dark, feeling the same weariness, loving the same way, hoping the same way, and finding, most of them, the same quiet peace when the night finally took them down. When you lie awake tonight, or on any night, in that hour that used to frighten you, I want you to feel that whole long line of sleepers stretching out behind you in the dark. The medieval mother with her children, the monk in his cold church, the traveller among strangers in the crowded inn, the Roman, the Greek, the singer of the oldest songs, all of them awake in the same hour you are awake in, all of them held by the same dark, all of them, in the end, at peace in it. You are the newest link in a chain that runs back past all of history, into the very beginning of what it means to be a person who sleeps and wakes beneath the stars. And there is nothing wrong with you, and nothing broken in you, and nothing to fear. You are simply awake in the middle of the night, as almost everyone who has ever lived has been awake in the middle of the night, and the dark is holding you as it held them, and soon, when you are ready, it will carry you gently down again, as it carried them into sleep. How far away they are, and how near. The whole distance of history between us, and no distance at all in the heart. That is the strange and tender truth at the centre of this long night, and it is the truth I most want to leave you with as the dark begins, now, to close softly around us, and the last of the night comes on. So let us begin to let it all go, slowly, the way you let go of a long day. The facts and the dates and the names soften and blur, because you do not need to hold on to them. You do not need to remember the historian's name, or the year the first city was lit by gas, or how many references he gathered. Let all of that drift away like smoke from a banked fire. What I want you to keep is not the facts. It is the feeling. It is the shape of the night, and the calm at the centre of it, and the permission to rest. The images come back one last time, softly now, with no need to think about them, just to let them pass through you as you sink. The evening bell, ringing slow and deep across the rooftops in the blue dusk. The fire, drawn back and covered over with ash, put gently to sleep for the night, its warmth kept safe under the grey. the door barred against the cold and the dark. The bed shared and warm, the breathing of others close by. The falling, early and deep, into the first sleep, down past thought into the total dark. And then the waking. The soft rising up out of sleep in the deep middle of the night, into the quiet hour twixt sleep and wake. No fear in it, no clock against it. Just a rested body and a calm mind in the warm dark, and all the quiet things that hour was for, the prayer, the low talk, the tenderness, the slow, untroubled thought, the faint red glow of the embers across the room. The still pool of waking in the centre of the night, where a person could simply be, for a while, unhurried, at peace. And then the letting go again. Heaviness returning to the eyes and the limbs. The lying back down into the warmth. The second sleep, lighter, full of soft, strange dreams, carrying the sleeper down the last dark slope of the night toward a morning still hidden below the edge of the world. And then, at the very end, the dawn. The window going grey. The birds beginning. The light seeping back, and the sleeper waking gently, and going to the hearth and raking back the ash to find the ember still glowing, still warm, still alive after the whole long night, ready to be breathed back into flame. That is the whole shape of it, from the covering of the fire to the waking of the ember. A night that rose and fell with the dark. A night with a room in the middle of it for waking without fear. A night you did not cross like an enemy's country, but rested in like a home. Hold the shape of it, not the detail. Let the details go. Keep only the feeling of a night that fit the body, and a dart that was on your side, and a mind at peace in the middle of it all. And now let your own night begin to take on a little of that shape. You are not in a cold house with a straw bed and a barred door. You are somewhere warm and soft and safe, safer and warmer than that medieval sleeper ever was, in a bed they could scarcely have dreamed of. You have all the comfort they lack. And now, perhaps, lying here at the end of this long telling, you can add to that comfort the one thing they had that you did not. The calm. The permission. The peace with the dark. You can let the night be long. You can let yourself sink slowly, without reaching, without measuring, without trying. And if you should wake later, in the deep middle of the night, in that oldest of hours, you can meet it now, the way they met it. Not with fear, with rest. Knowing exactly where you are, and exactly whose company you keep, and that there is nothing at all to fear in the dark. Before we come to the very end, let me take you into one particular night, the deepest and longest and quietest night of the whole medieval year, because it is the one that holds everything we have talked about in its purest form, and it is a beautiful thing to sink into as sleep draws near. The longest night. The dead centre of winter, when the dark reaches its greatest length, and the night swallows almost the whole of the day. Imagine that night settling over the land. The sun has gone down early, impossibly early, in the middle of what we would call the afternoon, sliding away behind the low hills while the day still felt half done. And the dark that follows is not the brief dark of summer, but the vast dark of deep winter, a dark that will stretch on for 14 hours, or 15, or more, a great black ocean of night with the small island of the short day marooned in the middle of it. Snow lies over the fields, blue and silent under the stars. Cold is enormous, a cold that presses against the walls of every house and waits at every door. And into that long, cold, silent dark, the whole world lies down to sleep. There is so much night here that sleep can spread out in it without any hurry at all. The first sleep comes early, soon after the endless dark begins, deep and heavy against the cold. And then the long waking hour, longer on this night than on any other, a wide and unhurried space of quiet in the very middle of the vast dark. And then the second sleep, and still, after all of it, there is night left over, more dark than even the most generous sleep can fill. On the longest night of the year, a person might sleep and wake and rest and sleep again, and still the dawn would not have come, because the night was simply that long, that deep, that generous with its darkness. And picture how still it is. On a deep winter night, with snow lying over everything, the world goes quieter than at any other time. The snow itself seems to drink up sound, softening everything, muffling the small noises of the night into a great hush. There is no wind, perhaps, on the coldest and clearest nights. Nothing moves. The animals are still. The people are still, deep in their sleep or lying calm in their waking hour. And over it all, the winter sky, the clearest and most brilliant sky of the whole year, the stars burning hard and bright in the frozen air, more of them and sharper than at any other season, the great pale river of light poured right across the black. A silent, snow-covered land under a blazing, frozen sky, and beneath the snow and the stars, a whole world of people sleeping their long, deep winter sleep, warm in their beds, carried through the endless dark by the oldest rhythm there is. There is a peace in that image so deep that I can feel it settle my own breathing just to describe it to you. The longest night, the deepest dark, the greatest stillness, the most generous sleep. Everything we have talked about all evening, brought to its fullest and quietest form on the one night of the year when the dark is at its longest and the world is at its most still. If you wanted a single picture to hold the whole meaning of the medieval night, it would be this one. A silent, snowbound land, a blazing winter sky, and beneath them a sleeping world, unhurried, unafraid, rising and falling through the long dark in time with the turning of the year. Let that be the bed you sink into now. Not your own familiar room, though that is where your body lies, but that long, deep, silent winter night spread out vast and calm around you. The snow lies soft and silent over the fields of your mind. Let the stars burn quiet and far overhead. Let the dark be long, longer than any night you have ever known, so long that there is no need to hurry, no need to reach for sleep, no need to fear waking. because the night stretches on and there is time, endless time, for every kind of rest. You are held in the longest and gentlest night there is, and there is nowhere to be, and nothing to do, and all the dark in the world to rest in. And through that longest winter night, the covered fire kept its faithful watch as it did every night, but never more than now. On the coldest night of the year, with the frost pressing hard against the walls and the snow lying deep and silent outside, that low bank of embers under the grey ash was the one small living warmth in the whole dark house, holding on, patient, giving out its quiet heat, hour after hour, while the family slept close around it. It asked for nothing, made no light and no sound. It only smouldered, low and steady, keeping the deepest cold at bay, keeping the promise of the morning fire alive under the ash, carrying the household through the hardest dark of the whole year on nothing more than its own banked and hidden heat. There is something in that faithful little fire that I want you to hold as you drift now. Did not need to blaze to do its work. Did not need to be watched or fed or fretted over through the night. It simply held its warmth quietly in the dark, and that quiet holding was enough. Carried a whole family through the coldest night of the year, safe and warm, and was still there in the morning, glowing, ready. You do not have to blaze tonight either. You do not have to burn bright or do anything at all. You only have to hold your own quiet warmth, low and safe, and let the long night pass over you, and trust that in the morning you will still be there, glowing, ready to rise. That is all rest asks of you. Not effort. Only the quiet keeping of your own small warmth through the dark until the light comes back. There is one more thing that world had that we have lost, and I have saved it for last because it is the quietest of all and the hardest to name, and perhaps the one we miss the most without ever quite knowing what it is we are missing. It is the stillness itself. The silence. The sheer, deep, unbroken quiet of a world with almost nothing in it to make a sound or a light or a demand. We live drowned in noise, though we have stopped hearing most of it. Not only the hum of the machines, but the endless noise of information, the constant pull of 1,000 things asking for our attention, the glowing screens that follow us right to the edge of sleep and wait for us again the moment we wake. Our minds are never truly quiet. Even in the dark, even in bed, the day's flood of words and images and worries keeps churning on, and the little glowing rectangle sits on the table beside us, holding the whole loud world just an arm's length away, ready to pour it all back in the instant we reach for it. We have made our nights bright, and we have made them loud, and we have made them busy, and somewhere in all that brightness and noise and busyness, the old deep stillness has been lost. The medieval night was still in a way we can barely imagine. When the fire was banked and the door was barred and the dark came down, there was nothing. No machine humming. No voice but the wind and, far off, the watchman. No light but the ember and the stars. No flood of words and images pulling at the mind. Nothing to do. nothing to reach for, nothing asking anything of you at all. Just the dark and the quiet and your own slow thoughts and the breathing of those beside you and the long night stretching out ahead with nothing in it but rest. The mind, given nothing to churn on, could finally go quiet. The stillness on the outside could seep in and become a stillness on the inside. That is what the waking hour really was at its heart. It was not just a gap between two sleeps. It was a space of pure stillness, the stillest space in the whole of a person's day, a time when there was genuinely nothing to do and nowhere to be and nothing pulling at the attention, when the mind could rest as deeply as the body. And a mind that rests that deeply night after night in a stillness that complete is a mind at peace in a way that ours, for all our comfort, so rarely gets to be. We have traded the stillness for the stimulation. We have filled every quiet space with light and sound and words, right up to the edge of sleep and beyond it, and we wonder why our minds will not settle, why the peace will not come, why, even in our soft, warm beds, we lie there churning and restless and unable to let go. We cannot make our whole world quiet again. The machines will keep humming and the screens will keep glowing, and the loud, bright world is not going anywhere. But we can, perhaps, make a small stillness of our own at the edge of the night. We can put the glowing rectangle down and let it go dark and leave the loud world on the other side of it for a while. We can let the room go dim and dimmer and let the quiet in. We can give ourselves, for a little while before sleep, something close to the old stillness, a space with nothing in it, nothing to do, nothing to reach for, nothing asking anything of us at all. And in that small handmade stillness, if we can manage it, the mind might do what the medieval mind did every night without trying. It might finally go quiet. It might finally let go. It might finally rest. That is the whole gift of this old night gathered into one thing. Darkness deep enough to call up the body's calm. Stillness complete enough to let the mind go quiet. And the permission, underneath both, to let the night be long and the waking be gentle and the whole thing unfold in its own old time, without fear and without hurry. The medieval sleeper had all three every night without ever asking for them. We have to make them for ourselves now, a little, on purpose, against the pull of a loud, bright world. But they are still makeable. The dark is still there, on the other side of the switch. The stillness is still there, on the other side of the screen. And the calm is still there, deep in the body, exactly as old and exactly as real as it ever was, waiting only for us to stop reaching and let the night have us the way it had them. I want to be honest with you about one more thing, softly, before we close, because I have told you this whole story with a great deal of warmth and certainty, and the truth of history is almost always a little more tangled than a story lets on. Not everyone who studies the past agrees on every part of this. Scholars are careful people, and some of them have looked at the same old letters and diaries and medical books and asked reasonable questions. How common was the two-part night, really? Was it truly everywhere, in every household, or was it more usual in some places and some seasons than others? When a writer says first sleep, does he always mean exactly what we think he means? These are fair questions, and they are still gently argued over, and it would be a kind of lie to pretend the whole thing is settled beyond all doubt. But I do not want you to hear that and think the ground has fallen away beneath everything we have rested in tonight, because it has not. Core of it is solid. People across many centuries and many countries spoke, casually and constantly, of the first sleep and a second sleep is simply a fact, written plainly in the record for anyone to read. That doctors scheduled medicines around the waking hour, that prayer books held prayers for it, that Chaucer and the old Roman poets used the phrase as a thing everyone knew. All of that is real and there and undeniable. And that modern people, placed in long darkness in a quiet experiment, slowly fell back into a two-part night on their own, is also real and measured and true. The details are argued over, as the details of all history are argued over. The heart of it stands. And in a way, that honest uncertainty is itself a comfort, and it fits the mood of this whole night. History is not a bright, hard fact you can hold up to a lamp. It is a dim and shadowed country, glimpsed through the small windows of the few records that happen to survive, pieced together patiently by people leaning over old pages in quiet libraries. We cannot know the medieval night with perfect certainty, because we were not there, and the people who were there did not think to write down the ordinary shape of their own sleep any more than you would write down how you breathe. We know it the way you know a room you once slept in as a child, in glimpses and fragments, and a general remembered shape, more feeling than fact. And that is enough. That is the right way to know a thing like this. Not with the hard, bright certainty of a measured number, but with the soft and shadowed knowing of a thing half seen in the dark. So hold it lightly, this whole story, the way you hold everything at the edge of sleep. Do not grip it. Do not worry over which parts are certain and which are argued. Let it be what it is, a true and lovely and mostly solid glimpse into the way human beings once slept, offered to you gently to rest in and to take what comfort from it you can. Comfort does not depend on every detail being perfect. Comfort is simpler than that, and it survives every scholarly argument untouched. It is only this: that waking in the night is old and human and nothing to fear. On that the record is clear and the body agrees, and no argument among the careful people in the quiet libraries will ever change it. Do you know, I have been thinking, as we have moved through this long telling, that we have done something a little like what they did. You and I, and everyone else who is listening tonight, wherever they are, scattered across the dark in all our separate rooms. We have kept a kind of watch together. We have spent these hours in the quiet, in the low light, in the border country, twixt sleep and wake, letting the loud, bright world fall away and sinking slowly toward rest. All of us, at once, in our different places, held for a while in the same calm dark by the same quiet voice. That is not so very far from a whole village going down into the night together at the sound of one shared bell. We have had our own curfew tonight. We have covered our own fires. And now, together, we are lying down into the dark. And I keep coming back at the end to that one small image from the very start of the night, the ember. The fire that is not put out, but only put to sleep, banked under its blanket of ash, smouldering low and patient through the whole long dark, and found again in the morning still glowing, still warm, still alive. I said early on that I loved it, and now, at the close, I think I understand better why. Because it is the truest picture I know of what rest really is. We think, sometimes, that rest means going out, like a candle pinched between two fingers. Gone, dark, nothing, until we are lit again. That is not what rest is, and it is not what sleep is either. Sleep is not going out. Sleep is banking the fire. It is drawing the flame back and covering the heat over and letting yourself smoulder low and quiet and safe through the dark, keeping the ember of yourself alive and warm all through the long night, so that in the morning you can be breathed back up into flame. You do not go out when you sleep. You are only banked. The heat of you is only hidden, kept, carried gently through the dark, waiting for the light to call it up again. That medieval sleeper knew, without ever putting it into words, how to bank the fire of a life and carry it through the dark. Cover the flame. Keep the ember safe. Do not fear the long night, because the warmth is not lost, only hidden, only resting, only waiting for the dawn. And in the morning, kneel down and rake back the ash, and there it is, still glowing, ready to rise again. That is the whole wisdom of the night, and it is written right there in the covered fire, in the smallest and most ordinary act of the medieval evening, done 100 million times by 100 million hands over 1,000 years, and never once thought remarkable by any of them. Let yourself be banked now, the way that fire was banked. Let the flame of the day draw back. Let the ash come softly over the heat, not to smother it, only to keep it, only to carry it safe through the dark. You are not going out. You are only resting. The warmth of you is safe, hidden low and quiet, and it will be there in the morning, still glowing, ready to be breathed back into a new day. There is nothing to hold on to. There is nothing to fear. There is only the long dark ahead, and the ember kept safe within it, and the sure and certain dawn at the far end, and all the quiet hours in between for rest. We have come almost all the way through the night now, you and I. We have covered the fire and barred the door and lain down in the shared dark. We have fallen into the first sleep and risen into the gentle waking hour and understood at last that it is nothing to fear. We have learned how we know, and how old it is, and how it was lost, and what it might still have to give us. We have stood above the whole dark sleeping land and looked up at the blazing stars. And now there is only the last of it left, the letting go, the sinking down, the second sleep that carries us to the dawn. So let us do that last thing together, gently, and then I will leave you to the dark and to your rest. So lie back down now into that old worn dark one last time. Let the room around you be the medieval room if you like, or your own room. It does not matter anymore, because they have become the same dark, the same warmth, the same quiet. The fire is banked to its low red glow. The door is barred. The others are breathing slow, and even around you. The night is long, and there is time, all the time in the world, for rest. Feel how heavy your body has become. Feel the weight of it sinking down into the warmth beneath you, every part of it growing heavier and softer and more still. Your feet heavy and warm. Your legs sinking down. The whole length of your back settling, letting go, held completely by the bed beneath you. Your arms growing heavy at your sides. Your hands going soft and still. There is nothing you need to hold. There is nothing you need to do. The day is over. The telling is nearly done, and all that is left is to let the weight of your own tired body carry you down into the dark. Let your breathing slow. Do not make it slow. Only let it. Let each breath come a little softer than the one before, a little deeper, a little quieter, the way breath slows on its own as sleep comes near. In and out. In and out. The slow settling of a house as it cools in the night. Covered fire smouldering low and patient in the dark. There is nothing to reach for. There is nothing to chase. The sleep will come on its own, the way it always has, the way it came to every sleeper who ever lay down in the dark before you, if you only let go and let the night have you. And if your mind is still turning, still churning over the day or the story or the thousand small things a mind holds on to, that is all right too. Let the thoughts come and let them go, like the quiet thoughts of the waking hour, drifting slowly through the dark and drifting slowly out again. You do not have to follow them. You do not have to hold them. Let them pass through you and away, softening, blurring, growing quieter and further off, the way the sounds of a village grow quiet as it goes to sleep. There is nothing you need to think tonight. There is nothing you need to solve. The night asks only that you rest. Picture the dark spreading soft and deep around you. Not a fearful dark. A kind one. The oldest and gentlest thing there is. The dark that has held every sleeping creature since the very beginning. The dark that called the calm up out of every body that ever surrendered to it. Let it come in close. Let it settle over you like the ash over the ember, not to smother, only to keep, only to carry you safe through to the morning. You are held. You are warm. You are safe. And the dark is on your side. And far, far above you, though you cannot see them now with your eyes closed and your body sinking down, the stars are there. the whole blazing, crowded sky, wheeling slowly and silently overhead. The great pale river of light poured across the black, the same sky that turned over every sleeper who ever lived, from the singer of the oldest songs to the medieval mother with her children, to you here now in your own warm bed at the end of this long night. The stars are keeping their own quiet watch over you, as they kept it over all of them. And beneath that ancient sky, held in that ancient dark, you are exactly where every human being has always gone at the end of the day. Down into the warm dark. Down into rest. Down into sleep. We began this whole long night with a question, and it is only fair, now that we are nearly at the end, to answer it plainly. Did the people of the Middle Ages really sleep better than you ever will? I have circled that question all evening and turned it over, and I have tried to be honest about both halves of the truth, and here, softly, is where I have come to rest with it. In almost every way you could measure, no. They did not sleep better. They slept colder. They slept harder, on straw and boards, with things that bit in the dark. They slept afraid, behind barred doors, in a night full of real danger. They slept sick, more often than we do, and hungrier, and with sorrows we are largely spared. If better means the comfort of the body, then you, in your warm, clean, quiet bed, sleep better than any medieval king ever dreamed of sleeping, and it is not even close, and you should be grateful for it every single night of your life. But there was that one thing. That one narrow, quiet, particular thing that they had and that most of us have lost. Their sleep fit. It rose and fell with the real dark. It made a calm room in the middle of the night and let them rest in it without fear. It did not measure itself against a number or judge itself a failure for breaking. Was not a task they performed or a score they chased. It was a thing they surrendered to, an old and roomy and unhurried rhythm that carried them down and lifted them and carried them down again, in time with the turning of the dark, the way it had carried every human being for as far back as there is any human story to tell. And in that one narrow way, yes, in the shape of the night, and the peace at the centre of it, and the absence of all our modern fear, they slept better than most of us ever will. The good news, the news I have been circling toward all night, is that the one thing worth envying is the one thing that was never really about the straw or the cold or the barred door at all. It was never made of the hardness. Was made of the calm, and the calm is still there. Did not die with the medieval night. It is sleeping in your own body right now, exactly as old and exactly as real as it ever was, waiting only for a dark deep enough and a mind quiet enough and a heart unafraid enough to let it rise. You cannot have their cold, and you would not want it. But you can have their calm. It is the one part of the old night that survived, the one part that no amount of electric light could ever put out, because it was never out there in the world at all. It was always in here, in the body, in the deep old machinery of rest, waiting. So take it. that is the whole gift of this long telling, offered to you now at the end to keep. Let the night be long, the dark be deep. Let the waking, if it comes, be gentle. Stop reaching, and stop measuring, and stop being afraid. And let the night have you the way it had all of them. You will never sleep on their straw, and thank goodness for that. But you can, if you choose, sleep with their peace. And that, in the end, is the better I meant, all the way back at the beginning when I asked you to sit with a strange question in the dark. Not a softer bed, quieter heart. That is the thing they had. And that is the thing, tonight, I hope you will take from them and carry down with you into your own long rest. Do you remember, at the very beginning of tonight, I asked you where you were listening from? I asked you to picture the place around you, the city or the town, or the quiet far-off place, and to feel the walls softening and the light going low. We have come a long way since then, all the way back to a medieval village and forward again through the centuries, up above the dark sleeping land and up among the stars, and now, gently, we are coming home. Back to that place you are listening from. To your own room, your own bed, your own warm dark, wherever in the world it happens to be. Wherever that is, you are not as far from the medieval sleeper as your room might make you think. The walls are different, and the light is different, and the bed is soft in a way theirs never was. The dark outside your window is the same dark. Tiredness in your body at the end of the day is the same tiredness. The quiet that comes when you finally let the world fall away is the same quiet they knew when the fire was banked and the door was barred. You are lying down tonight into the same night that has taken every human being down at the end of every day since the very beginning. The same night, the same dark, the same old and gentle rhythm waiting to carry you. So let the light in your room go low now, low as the banked fire, low as the last of the dusk over that far-off village. Let the sounds of the world fall away, the way they fell away when the curfew rang and the town went still. Let the dark come in close and kind. And know, as you lie there, that you are doing the oldest thing there is, the thing that joins you to every sleeper who ever lived, the medieval mother and the monk and the traveller and the ancient poet, all of them who lay down before you into the same waiting dark. You are the newest of them, and the safest and the warmest. You are one of them. And the night that is about to take you is the same night that took them all. If a calm voice like this one helps you find your way down into sleep, then you might like to rest with us again some night when the dark comes and you need a quiet hand to lead you into it. There will always be another night, another old story told softly in the low light, another slow walk down into rest. But there is no need to think about that now. There is nothing to remember, and nothing to hold, and nothing to do. That is a thought for another evening. Tonight there is only this room, and this dark, and this bed, and the long, gentle night ahead, and your own tired body sinking down at last into the rest it has been waiting for all day. You have done everything you need to do. The day is finished. The fire is banked. The door is barred. The story is told. There is nothing left now but to let go and sink and sleep. So let this be the last thing, the softest thing, the letting go. Let your breathing slow, and let your body grow heavy, and let me stay with you just a little longer while you sink the rest of the way down. Feel the weight settling out of you part by part, the way the warmth settled out of the day. Let your forehead soften, and the small muscles around your eyes, all the holding of the long day draining away from them now. Your jaw loosen, and your shoulders drop down and away from your ears, heavy and low. There is nothing left for them to carry. The day is done. Let them rest. The weight sink down through your chest, slow and easy, rising and falling with each soft breath. Let it move down through your arms, down to your hands, until your hands are heavy and still and open, holding nothing at all. Let it settle into your back, the whole long length of it, sinking down into the warmth beneath you, held completely, nothing to hold up, nothing to brace. Let it flow down through your legs, heavy and warm, all the way down to your feet, until every part of you, from your head to your feet, is heavy and warm and still, and sinking gently down into rest. There is nowhere you need to be. There is nothing you need to do. The night is long, and it is kind, and it is yours, and there is all the time in the world to rest in it. If you wake later, in the deep middle of it, you know now what that is. It is the oldest hour there is, and it is nothing to fear, and you can lie quiet and calm in it, and let it be, and let it pass, and sink back down again into sleep, the way every sleeper who ever lived has sunk back down before you. There is no wrong way to spend the night. There is only rest in all its old and gentle forms, the deep sleep and the light sleep and the quiet waking in between, all of it good, all of it yours, all of it carrying you softly through to the morning. Picture the ember one last time, glowing low and warm in the dark, kept safe under the soft grey ash, smouldering patient through the whole long night. That is you now, banked and warm and safe, and carried gently through the dark toward a morning that will surely come. You are not going out. You are only resting. The warmth of you is safe and hidden and kept, and in the morning it will rise again, breathed back up into a new day, the way it always has, the way it always will. But that is hours away yet, far off at the other end of the long kind night, and there is nothing to do now but rest, and rest, and rest. Let the dark hold you. The quiet hold you. Let the whole long line of sleepers stretching back behind you into the deepest past hold you, all of them who lay down into this same dark and were carried safely through, all of them who woke without fear, all of them at peace. You are among them now, the newest and the safest of them, warm and held and unafraid, sinking down at the end of the day into the oldest rest there is. Let your breathing slow. Let your body grow heavy. The last of the day drift away like smoke from a covered fire, up and out and gone, until there is nothing left but the warm dark and the slow soft breath and the deep quiet peace of a body finally completely at rest. Somewhere out there tonight, in the real dark beyond your window, the old night is still keeping a little of its old shape in the few quiet places we have not yet filled with light. There are still corners of the world where the dark comes down deep and long, where the stars still blaze the way they blazed over that medieval village, where a person lying out under the sky might still feel the ancient rhythm rise in them and wake in the small hours to a silence as complete as any the old sleepers knew. The night is not entirely gone. It has only retreated back into the deep and quiet places, waiting, patient as the amber under the ash, for anyone willing to seek it out and let it back in. And it lives too in you. That is the thing I most want you to carry down into sleep. The old night is not only out there in the far dark places. It is in here, in your own body, in the deep chemistry of your own rest, in the calm that still rises when the dark is deep enough and the mind is quiet enough to let it. You carry the medieval night inside you and the ancient night before it, all the way back to the beginning. Every human being who ever slept is folded into the way you sleep. And on the nights when you can let go and let the dark be long and let the waking be gentle, you are not just resting. You are keeping faith with all of them. You are living for a few hours the oldest and truest human night, the one we thought we had lost, the one that was only ever sleeping, deep down, waiting to be let back in. So let it in now, as much as you can on this night, in this bed, in this warm and gentle dark. Let the day go. Let the light go low. Let the quiet come. Let the long line of sleepers stretch out behind you and hold you, and let the old rhythm rise, and let the dark be kind, and let yourself sink down into the rest that every creature that ever lived has sunk down into at the end of its day. There is nothing left to know. There is nothing left to do. There is only the warm dark and the slow breath and the deep old peace of a body letting go. May the night be long for you and kind. May the dark be deep and gentle and on your side. May you wake, if you wake at all without fear, into the oldest and calmest hour there is, and lie quiet in it and sink back down again into sleep. And may the morning, when it finally comes, find the ember of you still glowing, still warm, still safe, carried through the whole long dark, and ready to rise again into the light. There is nothing more to say now, and nothing more you need to hear. Fire is covered. The door is barred. The whole long night is told, and the dark has come down soft and kind around you, and there is only the last small distance left to fall. So let the story go, and let my voice go, and let the last of the light go with it. Let your breathing slow, one soft breath after another, each one quieter and deeper than the last. Let your body grow heavy and heavier still. sinking down into the warmth, held completely, carried gently down. Let the warm dark close over you like ash over an ember, keeping you safe, keeping you warm, carrying you all the way through to the morning. Rest now, in the oldest and gentlest night there is. You are warm. You are safe. You are held. And there is nothing left to do but sleep. Sleep well. Sleep deep. And good night.